Good evening. The Monday, October 25th, 2021 meeting of the Evanston City Council will come to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Reed.
Caught off guard there. I'm here. I suppose that's what we're doing.
Okay. Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly.
Here.
Councilmember Braithwaite. Here. Councilmember Wynn.
Here.
Councilmember Newsma.
Here.
Councilmember Burns.
Here.
Councilmember Sheridan.
Here.
Councilmember Revelle. Here.
Recording in progress.
All members are present. We have a quorum and are prepared to do our work, starting with a public hearing on the fiscal year 2022 proposed budget for the city of Evanston. Pursuant to the Illinois Compiled Statutes and Section 1-11-5 of the City Code, the Evanston City Council is conducting a public hearing today to consider the fiscal year 2022 proposed budget document. The purpose of this hearing is to allow for public input on the proposed budget document. Staff has presented an overview of the 2022 proposed budget on October 25th, 2021. In this presentation, along with the proposed budget, are available at cityofevanston.org/budget. I hereby convene the hearing for the FY22 proposed budget presentation open. We will start with public comment. As usual, we'll begin with those who signed up in person, starting with Ray Friedman.
Thank you very much. We have had many budget questions as well as TIF questions that have not been addressed or resolved, and yet these items are on tonight's agenda without first completing these discussions and plans with the residents who are paying for them. The residents are consistently being left out of discussions, planning, and processes in making these critical decisions for the city of Evanston and that affect our own lives. We are excited to see a new mayor and many new council members and the promise of transparency and accountability. When will this start happening? We had all summer for these budget discussions and TIF discussions. You could have had 1, 2, or 3 nights just for TIF discussions and 1, 2, or 3 nights for budget discussions only, not at the beginning of a packed agenda before city council meeting, where you will cut short, or you did last time for TIF hearing, cut short our public hearing, and that's at the heart of the issues, or I guess we can keep talking and stay here all night. And please stop telling us you are following the letter of the law when you are consistently violating the spirit of the law. We expect to be heard and responded to. If we're not responded to, we don't know if we're being heard or not. We need to be involved in the discussions, processes, and procedures.
Public hearing, and it's at the heart of the issues.
Was that some feedback? Maybe.
If someone is watching on YouTube, could you please mute yourself?
Can I continue? Okay. We expect to be heard and responded to, be involved in discussions, processes, and procedures that will guide our future. Please start treating the residents as you would want to be treated yourselves. You can be part of the solution or part of the problem. Now, having said all that, I have a few questions about the budget. SP1, $367,000 for this study. Why are we doing that? $95,000 for consulting services on A2. Why are we doing that? A9 and A10 is on the TIF. A15 is on the TIF. A16 is on the TIF. A17 is on the TIF. Don't know how much we're planning to borrow to start the TIF. Where's that money coming from? We've got Let's see, A18 to borrow 21 million from IEPA for the water supply. A20, go bonds, 20 million for water intake. How are we going to resolve James Park, where we spent $8 million on lawsuit about something about the electric and gas lines are corroded and somehow leaching into our water supply. And I was told that these pipes need to be replaced. We've spent $8 million on James Park on a lawsuit. And so what's the resolution? How is this going to be resolved? $7 million on Fountain Square. It doesn't work. How is that going to be resolved and when? How much do we owe in go bonds now? And how much will we owe in total after you add all of the new millions of dollars of spending? How much debt service do we owe? I believe last year, I think it was 24 million in debt service, equaling about 2 million a month. And it looks like next year, if my guess is right, it'll be about 3 million a month, or about 36 million a year just in debt service. Is there any point in time when these budget discussions and processes will include the residents? You've increased or proposed to increase the budget by 55 million. I'm sure you answered the question, but I don't know what the answer is, where this 55 million is going and where it's coming from. How many employees does the city have, and how many more need to be hired? Last count, there was over 800 employees. Looks like we're going to be getting up to 900 employees. This is not looking good as far as expenditures go. It looks like, I don't want to say, that it looks like bankruptcy, but it would affect our credit rating, borrowing this much money, and it's not a good idea. It's just not a good idea. And having a discussion with the public, I think, is crucial to, to having a meeting of the minds where everybody agrees on, do we need a TIF project in the Fifth Ward? If you look at the pictures from the TIF ward, it looks like from the Fifth Ward, the pictures that are shown are all of boarded up houses. These pictures of boarded up houses have been there for about 1.5 years now, and residents have complained about those boarded up houses. Nothing was ever done about those houses. And now you're using it to start a TIF. This is not a good thing. Okay, you're allowing those houses to sit there boarded up. No violations were ever given on those houses being boarded up. And this is the justification for starting a TIF. Not a good idea. Not good for residents. It's not good for anybody. Thank you.
Thank
Point of
you.
information. Sorry.
Yes, council member?
Yes, I'm just curious how much time folks have for public comment during the hearing.
So there are only, I'm saying this before the next speaker, we'll see what impact that has. There are only 2 people who signed up to participate in the budget hearing, so I've just turned off the timer altogether. Public comment has a number of speakers, and I'll announce how that time divvies up when we get to that part of the program.
Okay, I just would love for folks to, this is the opportunity to participate in the discussion and to speak, your mind, and hopefully we can use the time to actually discuss the budget. So thank you.
Thank you. One second. Got it. Sorry. So I'm being corrected. Mr. Vasilko, were you signed up for public comment or the budget hearing?
I signed up for public comment. I thought also the budget hearing.
All right. Well, then come up and give your budget hearing comment.
Thank you. So I've been absent, I've been preoccupied, yet it seems that in the blink of an eye, the new council has transformed in large part into the old tax and spend council. Council members Reed and Burns in particular are on a spending spree and asking for tax increases. What's up with that? Since May 15th, when the new members joined, the council has approved well over $50 million in new spending that wasn't budgeted for, including the GEO bonds, which is the go-to, piggy bank that we use over and over again in Evanston. Why is it being proposed to fill unnecessary staff positions and create even more new city positions, costing taxpayers millions of dollars a year, more than it was last year? I mean, what's happened that's different that we need to add an extra 100 people? Why is it no one other than one council member challenging this wish list that the staff keeps putting forward before this council? Why are we proposing a budget that is $55 million larger than it was last year? Where's all this money coming from, and why is it necessary in the first place? The Fifth Ward TIF being proposed is only going to help the deep pocket developers push more and more low-income and lower-income middle-class residents out of Evanston. There are no specific plans. Some members of the council want you to approve the TIF first, and then they'll fill in the blanks later. That's not the way to do it. As Ray mentioned, there needs to be specific plans, lots more discussion. That TIF is not ready to be approved tonight or any night soon. Council members Nuisma, Reed, Burns, I have to ask, what the hell's going on with the way you're voting on some of the spending? You all campaigned on accountability, no new taxes, controlling spending, climate change actions, as did Mayor Biss. Now you're promoting a free-for-all to add more and more debt and taxes. You're squandering the trust voters gave you. Alderman Nuisma, you want to increase, this is maybe one item where we agree, you want to increase spending on the climate action plan from 1 million to 1.5. Both of those are ridiculously low numbers for such a serious problem. Yet there isn't no real plan as to what that money is going to be used for. What are the action items to spend $1.5 million that really probably should be more like 10 million out of the ARPA funds. The city just spent, as an example, my favorite example, the city just spent over $70 million on what I call the Ice Palace on Main, that boasts of its cracked concrete floors, its razor-sharp sculptures for children to climb on, cancer-causing crumbs in the playing fields, enormous energy consumption for the ice refrigeration, a project that I understand is losing about $2 million a year in revenue, but there are no new solar panels. Could have had solar panels on that project, but they were cut out for some reason, even after spending nearly $70 million. So it's really disappointing, very discouraging, after all of the effort to elect what was supposed to be a level-headed group of logical thinkers. Instead, with the exception of council members Kelly and Fleming, no one seems to be consistently challenging staff on their wish lists, the wish list of spending and debt and taxes. It's just very discouraging that a lot of people went through the effort to get many of you elected, and you're losing their trust. At least you lost mine. But I do have to compliment Alderman Suffredin. Although it's been 270 days since our last ward meeting, apparently you're going to have a ward meeting on the 11th of November. So thank you. Maybe we could catch up after 287 days. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that concludes the in-person signups for the budget hearing. Now to the online sign up from Mary Rosinski.
Hi, wait, I'm trying to get this correct. Thank you so much. And I have to say, I am so glad Ray and Mike said what they said, because that was a lot of what I wanted to say, and it was a lot of what I've heard other people in Evanston want to say. And I hope all of you sitting on, up there really listen to them and ask those questions. The other thing that I had wanted to say was, as I reviewed the budget and all for Robert Crown, and I've watched the expenses rise, and I see the construction problems with the building, I'm really asking the council, in the name of financial accountability, immediately initiate a complete financial audit on the Robert Crown project. We need to figure out what has happened and how to turn this project around. When this project was presenting, it was going to be losing about $500,000 a year, which was going to save us about $400,000 from the old Robert Crown. And yet, given COVID and given all that other stuff that has happened, the expenses next year are projected to exceed revenues by almost $2 million. This is not all COVID related. It's things like calling operating revenue donation from Northwestern a donation instead of calling the Northwestern. Wait, let me start that again. It's an example of calling the revenue from Northwestern to use the facility a donation instead of calling it revenue. And that means that we are spending money that should have gone towards expenses, and the Friends of Crown and we can raise more money, and that money can go towards the debt service and the maintenance fund. We need everything to fall into the right category. It's not a big bucket because it just doesn't work that way, and then we end up with residents having to pay much more. I'm very concerned about the quality of work we've done. We don't need more consultants. We need better people in our city knowing how to run these multi-million-dollar projects and understanding what it's going to take before we embark upon them. As far as Robert Crown, the building construction has warranties. There is not just the 1-year implied construction warranty. There's also windows have 10 and 20-year warranties on them. And I'm sure, we paid Bullion Andrews $10 million more than the next bidder to ensure that this was going to be a good project. I am sure they will go and help us get those warranties in place and help us get this building right. This is not a taxpayer problem. This is a builder problem. Fountain Square was another embarrassment with $7 million, and 2 years later, it's broken again. It's not like we're cutting costs or cheaping out on the amount we spend. We spend top dollar, and we don't get a quality finished product. And this happens time and time again, and this has to stop. We have to have people on staff who know what's going on, someone who's going to follow it from A to B to C, who's inspecting it and making sure the project's not wrapped up before it's time to be wrapped up. There's no shame in not knowing, but there is a problem when people don't ask the questions or don't reach out. We have so many great people in this city. So I guess, and we need to stop spending so much money on consultants. And then there's got to be a way we can run this city with well-qualified staff and a minimum amount of consultants and projects that make sense. And to Mike's point, I think, or Ray, I'm not sure which one talked about the TIF, but this whole TIF project rushing this through at this point, we're creating an artificial low base, because we know there's projects, buildings that are going to be coming on the tax roll next year that are going to be generating $500,000, $600,000, and $700,000 more in city tax and school revenue, and yet they will not be included in the base. That all money will go to the TIF. And these are decisions that are not healthy. So please listen to those guys. Thank you very much for your time, and let's get this budget under control.
Thank you. The final speaker in the budget hearing will be Diane Goldring.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so Mary and Mike and Ray stole my thunder, but I'm still gonna go. The budget presentation last Monday was beyond infuriating. I know everyone is tired of hearing about Robert Crown, especially now since the last 3 people mentioned it, but I could not believe what I heard. Facilities manager Sean Cholik said, now that Crown is fully operating, we see the amount of maintenance that is required for this brand new building. Robert Crown is a very complex and technical building with extensive systems throughout. Director Lawrence Hemingway said, as we have operated this facility over the last 18 months, we have come to realize that we don't have enough body. We have learned that we need a specific tradesperson on site throughout the day and in the evening. So after the 130,000 square foot monster, which is Director Hemingway's words, not mine, is built, you realize that its systems are complex and technical? The 2022 budget includes 2 dedicated full-time high-level maintenance workers at $100,000 per year each, plus a regular maintenance worker at $85,000 per year. These are not requirements that we should learn about after the fact. Any competent engineer should be able to project maintenance requirements and build the costs into the budget projection. Next, there was a discussion about needing to repair cracks in the walls and floor and to replace shattered glass due to the building settling. I read Ms. Biggs' memo disputing the cause, but whatever the reason, these are not costs that should be borne by the City of Evanston taxpayers. Mary just mentioned that there are contractor warranties, and even though she said they expire after 12 months, a 54 million building needing basic repairs after operating only 18 months is ridiculous. The contractors presumably want to do business with the City of Evanston again. Lean on them to make good on their warranty. Again, I know we're tired of discussing Robert Crown. It's beautiful, it's built, it's water under the bridge. Clearly, it's not water under the bridge. We need to spend almost $300,000 more per year than projected on maintenance staff alone, not to mention electricity. To use a well-worn phrase, the city needs to have a budget that reflects its values. You've all said it, now do it. The more we spend on big shiny objects like Robert Crown, the less we have for other urgent needs like affordable housing, economic development, climate action, and life. There were community members who raised their voices about these very issues related to Robert Crown before it was built. One of them is sitting on the dais. Others speak often in public comment. Rather than dismiss them as ignorant and foolish, it's time for you to listen. Thank you.
Thank you. That sounded terrifying. I'm now happy to entertain questions for staff or comments or discussion from members of City Council, still internal to the budget public hearing. Seeing none,
Mayor, just very quickly, I just
Yep.
want
Go ahead.
to set the record straight. I voted no on the bonds that were issued this year. And I would appreciate having follow-up either, individually as a council member or with some of my colleagues with some of the speakers today, because I'd love to actually hear, suggestions that folks have and productive comments that folks have for how we can move forward with the 2022 budget, particularly given, at the last meeting I asked our civil engineer, Laura Biggs, what it would cost to actually, if we were responsible stewards of our city's infrastructure and assets and liabilities, what would our capital funding be on an annual basis? And Laura responded roughly $100 million a year. We're only funding at about $65 million a year. And so, we've got a lot of work to do and we've got to raise some revenue in order to do that. I think, Robert Crown and other, projects are certainly a part of, getting our fiscal situation under control. But there's a lot of work to be done that goes far beyond, a TIF, a single building, or even a single issuance of bonds. So I'd love to have those much tougher conversations about how we can productively and responsibly move forward as a council in the city relating to our budget. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Councilmember Kelly, followed by Fleming.
Okay, so we can just ask specific questions? Is this on the budget proposal? Is that the idea?
Sure.
Let's see. So on page 7, I just wanted to get a better understanding of the allocations for contact tracers for $575,000. If you could just explain that, just one information. I'm not, I just don't know, do we have a contract already, or where does that number come from?
Good evening. Director Ogbo, are you on?
Yes, I'm on.
Did you hear the
Hello,
question?
can you hear me good? Am I heard?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Hello, Ike Ogbo, Director, Health and Human Services Department. That request is to keep the current staff that we have who are conducting contact tracing activities. We have a number of specialists to our long-term care facilities. These are facilities where we had at the beginning of the pandemic the most deaths. So we continue to provide the constituents and the administrators at these facilities with infectious disease protocols to keep them successful in controlling the spread of COVID-19. Also, we are looking to keep a data coordinator, and that pretty much drives our response to COVID by looking at trends and metrics and whatever the indicators are in order for us to provide and initiate our public health response. So far, these individuals have been paid through grants that we've received from the state. Those grants actually expire November and December of this year. So there hasn't been any grant in the horizon from the state to continue this work. So that's why I've made that request, to continue to keep the folks who have been responding to COVID-19 and who have been instrumental in our efforts to keep our community safe and healthy.
Can I follow? So, so we received $575,000 in this year in grants?
No, that's my request.
I mean, but you said that currently the positions that we have, that this covers, this is the amount that's covering the current positions that we have that was paid for with grants.
No, this will cover the current positions that we have in 2022.
Okay.
Currently, we have grants that support the activities that we have provided in this COVID world, and that request is just for staff, to keep staff who are currently responding to COVID activities.
So what are we spending, what did we spend this year for contact tracing?
I will have to look into that. We have currently 7 to 8 contact tracers, and who are being paid close to about, I would say, $40,000 to $50,000 a year to do contact tracing, and this doesn't come with any benefits. So if you add that, then we also have 2 specialists, as I mentioned, to our long-term care facilities who provide guidelines to our long-term care facilities to keep them successful in our infectious disease protocols and strategies. And we have a data coordinator. And keep in mind also, we are looking maybe for housing, because housing was also an issue at the height of the pandemic, of where people can isolate it effectively. We're looking to also initiate a contract if that's needed in the future for low-income individuals or people who cannot isolate effectively in their homes. So it will encompass and cover staff time, perhaps housing and other activities surrounding COVID-19.
Okay, I'm just trying to get an understanding as to how this compares to expenditures this year for contact tracing.
Well, we, as you perhaps know, we received a grant in the total of $800 and something thousand to do contact tracing. And that was at the height of COVID. That contract that grant pretty much expires at this December. We've pretty much expended that money for all the activities that we've been able to provide. We currently do not have any grants from the state. If we want to continue working on our COVID activities, funding is necessary. We have not heard from IDPH that there is any contact tracing funds in the future. Maybe there will be in the future, but it's not something that has been indicated or conveyed to me so far.
So I guess I would just like to see if you could, somewhere, it'd be nice to see what this, approximately, you've sort of generalized some areas what this is to cover, like 5 contact tracers, 100,000 will go towards housing, just to have an idea of, for our residents too, what this, it's over $500,000, where it's going
Absolutely.
to. I think we should have an idea.
Absolutely. I can provide a breakdown of how many contact tracers we are looking to have come next year, how many communicable disease liaisons to our long-term care facilities that we are looking to have next year, and other activities. I can definitely provide that breakdown.
Thank you. And I think it's also helpful just to know, like, is this pretty much par for course with other surrounding communities in terms of per capita and contact tracers going forward, given, the place we're at right now with the pandemic? I think it would be helpful to know. Thank you.
And before we go on to the next speaker, let me just follow up with what I think was sort of embedded in Councilmember Kelly's initial question, which is if you could include in that documentation the exact amount of the IDPH grant and the duration that it covered, so we can compare it on an annualized basis to what's being requested for 2022. Is that doable as well?
No problem.
Great, thank you. Next is Councilmember Fleming, followed by Nusma.
Yes. I had a question. Can you go to Nusma first? I think I lost my page here.
Sure. Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a couple of points of information for members of the public in the audience or watching at home. Council members are asking questions and receiving answers from staff tonight. This conversation is not the only conversation between those two parties. We are in the background compiling lists of questions for staff to answer. A number of those have already been answered in the form of budget memos. Some of them will be answered more directly on minor issues, but it's my understanding that the budget memos will all be available to the public on the website. Are they on the website right now? Yes. Okay, so if you're following along at home, make sure you check out the City Council website or the budget page on the city's website for more information than we'll be able to cover in this brief meeting this evening. In the spirit of engaging in some response to some of the issues that have been raised tonight, I will thank several of the community members who raised climate action and CARP implementation as a priority for them, as it indeed is a priority for myself. We could easily spend all $43 million of the ARPA money on CARP-related initiatives. I don't think that's the right way to go. I think we need to make CARP implementation, climate action, climate resiliency, and environmental justice part of everyday business at the City of Evanston on an ongoing basis, long past the 2, 3, 4 years when the ARPA money is going to be spent. So I don't want to set ourselves up to be driving off a cliff on climate action when ARPA money runs out. Rather, I would like to use that ARPA money to give us a jump start and get us moving in the right direction. One of the first things we have to do is to put together a CARP implementation plan. So we will have that roadmap that Mr. Vasilka was alluding to. So we will know what we want to do and when and what order we want to do it. Do we want to put solar panels on Robert Crown, or do we want to upgrade energy efficiency at the fire stations, or do we want to do both? We need to get into that level of granular detail, and I hope that the money that we will devote to developing a plan, one way or the other, whether it's ultimately out of ARPA money or it comes from another fund, that the first step is to spend a few $100,000 on a consultant to tell us what we need to do. And I agree that we need to staff up internally. There are similar cities of similar sizes and similar constituencies around the country that have sustainability departments of 5 to 10 times more manpower, person power than we have here. So on the other hand, many of the speakers also said we want to keep taxes down. So I agree with that sentiment as well, and that's the balance we're trying to strike, not only with climate action, but all the other services that the community of Evanston expects, which have been, kind of cut back in the last year because of COVID and because of the COVID budget. The 2020, 2021 budget is maybe not the best benchmark because it was COVID restrained. So I'll reserve the right to weigh back into the discussion, but just wanted to share those few thoughts right now. Thanks.
Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you. So when we had that first ARPA discussion, we talked about having the ARPA webpage up and kind of having some kind of tracker of what we're spending. And I'm looking at the page. I don't see the tracker up here yet, but it was brought up last week, and I don't think we ever really got an answer regarding the ARPA funds that are in the budget. If they're, we kept talking about having these special meetings to discuss ARPA, and, being very transparent with that. And for folks who aren't, reading through our however many, 200-page budget document here, I would like for us, when we have the full out budget discussion, which I think is maybe the 18th or whenever the next one is, if we can separate the ARPA conversation, even if it's just explaining how we plan to use or what the proposals are for using the ARPA money to kind of fill some gaps in the budget. I think it's not really standing up to our standards to not have done, and I realize it wasn't under our current interim city manager, but to have the ARPA money at least listed separately on the ARPA page, as we talked about. I did have a couple residents, ask me about that, and to have it as a part of the budget is, I think, really not the best option here. So that's my only suggestion.
Thank you. All right, I'll give for a quick second comment, Councilmember Kelly.
Did you say quick? I'm just trying to understand, are we on?
Yeah, well, I'm calling you for a second time, so.
Okay. So I agree. That was brought up and confirmed that would happen. So what Councilmember Fleming was referring to, I hope we can have that up soon. But I have a lot of questions about a lot of items on the budget. So are you saying I should just ask one more, or? Anyway, okay,
well,
so could we talk?
Here's how I would think about it. You have the floor. We're here in a budget hearing. I would sort of, understanding that there's the opportunity to ask questions in writing and more opportunities going forward in the long agenda that I know you, among others, have an interest in having robust discussion about later on. I would just ask you to kind of balance those considerations against one another.
Okay, so I have a question about, the $700,000 for consulting services for the animal shelter. That's a big number for consulting services. What is so my or the $500,000 for consulting fees for the comprehensive and strategic plan? Where are we getting those numbers? And if we vote on this budget for $500,000 for consulting fees for the comprehensive and strategic plan, my question is, does that mean I don't know what that means. I don't know how many hours that means. What is that based on, that $500,000 for the comprehensive plan? And if we vote in favor of this budget with that amount, can you tell me what I'm voting for?
Good evening, Johanna Neiden, Community Development Director. The $500,000 for the strategic and comprehensive plan is based on some research as to what other comparable plans have taken. So I think reference in the first round of budget memos, Wilmette just approved theirs or approved for a consultant earlier this year. And that was, I think, $271,000. So we're bigger. We have some more complex issues, more business districts, at university here, things that might add to a little bit more of a different dynamic than Wilmette. Our community, generally in the region, stands out as a community that wants to have a lot of community engagement, so we would want to build a lot of community engagement process. You are, with that $500,000, and then also layered onto that is the development of a strategic plan in addition to a comprehensive plan, so that would add a little bit of cost. So that is a round number that we selected, but it's probably a number that is comparable to what we would likely anticipate a consultant would cost. So you're not approving a consultant. We would then go and solicit, develop an RFP and solicit responses to that RFP. And then from there, we would return to this council for an approval for a contract.
Thank you. So it's a big number, and I have seen it ranging from cities our size from 130,000 all the way up, to up big numbers like 400, 500,000, but a huge range. So I guess I would just want to know, I know the idea is to develop a comprehensive plan, but what are we talking about in terms of hours? I mean, it's a huge number, $500,000 for a consulting fee. So just because we saw one, city that spent this much, I just think we should have a better idea of we're looking at someone working, besides just developing a plan for $500,000. I would like to see it a little bit more fleshed out, what that entails.
Sure, we can provide a memo that might give a sense of where the different areas of the plan development might be. I can't, until we solicit that, I wouldn't know how much time it would take for each of those steps, but we can come back with a budget memo that might break down the different plan elements.
Thank you. And I had more questions, and I apologize. I did submit some questions in writing, and I'm sorry that I came tonight with some questions. If that's okay, though, grades were, okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. Would you mind repeating your question about the animal
Just
shelter?
the $700,000 consulting. It's listed as a $700,000 for consulting services for the shelter.
So that is what was budgeted. We're actually in the process of finalizing the negotiation of the cost proposal for design and construction services, and I believe it will come in a little less than $700,000. That's actually going to the next city council meeting on November 8th. And at that point, we will have all of the hours and everything. So that answer is coming soon.
But again, just like my question to Johanna, like $700,000, what is a consultant? I mean, that's a huge number for an animal shelter. And when you say that's what it was budgeted for, I'm not sure I understand who budgeted that, because so far City Council has only voted to date for $100,000. Actually voted. I know that you put it in the bond, $700,000, but what do you mean that's what was budgeted for?
So the staff does an estimate based on looking at other projects and costs and trying to determine what would be required in order to implement a project, but we don't employ professional cost estimators. So we do a quick budgetary review, come up with a number, and then we go forward and we solicit proposals and see what is involved. So a little bit, this is a market study. Once we have a scope of work, and then we will find out what it's going to cost when people submit their proposals.
Okay, so the consulting fee at $700,000 is. It does sound crazy.
Okay, so the consultant will be preparing contract documents. So construction documents. There's also quite a bit of geotechnical work having to do with the soils are not ideal at James Park. There's things like drainage and stormwater detention. There's studies on how to make this a carbon neutral building.
It's like years of work, because I mean $700,000. That's like someone working for years.
It is a year of work to get through maybe the first 80%.
I mean, round the clock.
No, not round the clock.
I mean, $700,000.
Well, there's more than one person that works on it. It's a team of people, but it works about 80% of whatever the consulting fee will probably come in for. design services, and then the remainder, the 20%, will be spent in 2023 as construction services, where they're doing, meeting with the contractor, checking the work, writing reports, reviewing pay estimates, reviewing shop drawings.
Okay. And then I had another question regarding the resurfing of the tennis courts. So $500,000 to resurface tennis courts. I mean, again, when we talk about equity and tending and caring for our most vulnerable population, I mean, do we need to do $500,000 next year? Could we not do, half of that and consider, $500,000 in resurfing tennis courts? Is it possible to do this in stages?
So we basically haven't really kept up with doing tennis courts, and we've been getting a high number of complaints. A couple of years ago, we actually had to stop offering tennis and close down some of the courts. We're starting to close down courts at James Park because we have tree roots growing into them. So we're taking tennis courts out of service, and this is what is necessary to avoid taking tennis courts out of service.
Yeah, so I am a tennis player.
I'm sorry.
No, but there are a lot. I mean, I do play, and I've played on a lot of courts in Evanston, and I'm sure some have been taken out, but I just am questioning whether we really need to allocate that much. In 1 year, if we, can't do this, and this isn't something urgent, and again, I do play, and I know there are courts available, so can we not do this in phases? I mean, couldn't we do, half of the ones that need resurfacing the most, and, another half? I'm just saying, it seems to me that we should be looking at prioritizing our spending, and I question whether we should really be spending $500,000 in 1 year.
Laura, I'm going to jump in here and I don't even play tennis, but I will tell you, in South Evanston, the people feel highly neglected with their tennis courts. We've had courts, as you said, the ones that were out of service in Chandler, or wherever they were, in North Evanston. The South Evanston courts are in very bad shape. And I think for 2 years now, we've put them off. I realize tennis is not a priority to a lot of people. It's not a priority to myself, but there are people who play, and they feel like we don't have a rec center in South Evanston. A lot of people feel like there's not the same amenities in South Evanston. So, to put tennis courts off, I'm happy to prioritize them. But I think my experience has been when things get put off, it's not always, based on, I think, what the residents think it should be based on. And therefore, my concern will be if we put them off again, we're putting off the ones in James Park. And for the third year, people in South Evanston are having to drive to North Evanston to play tennis. And so that is an equity issue, even if it's not the most vulnerable population. It is people, as I talked about last week, who want services for their dollars. And, having a tennis court near your house is important to a lot of people.
Absolutely. Thank you. No, thank you very much. So, just to understand, how many courts would this be about for $500,000?
I believe it's courts at 5 locations. I'd have to review it again,
5.
but I think it's courts at 5 locations, and there's multiple courts at each location.
Okay.
But, in answer to your question, of course they can be prioritized and things can be put off. They have been for many years. And it could be further.
And I would concur with Alderman Fleming also that, of course, we should prioritize the resurfacing in neighborhoods, not North Evanston. So, so 5 locations throughout Evanston?
Mm-hmm.
Like from north to south?
I believe it's Bent, James Park, and I apologize. I should know it.
And I would suggest this might be an example of something that could be where the information would.
I'll be happy to produce
if you were in a memo,
about the
then
tennis court
you wouldn't be kind of put on the spot in this way, and it would be done online for not only us but also the public to see in perpetuity. So I think if we could request a memo on that, that would be really helpful.
Okay. And again, I'm just looking to. That's fine. Just to make sure that we're, that we're spending judiciously, and trying to reflect in our budget our priorities. But anyway, and one last question: the Raymond Park allocation. I realize that's small, relatively small, the $50,000, but I thought that was all the Albion that was going to be covering the Raymond Park renovations.
That is funding that was provided from the Albion development.
I see. So that's not okay. So that's okay. Thank you. And then another question regarding the community development, the ARPA compliance analyst. I kind of wondered, wouldn't this be inherent component of our treasury group or our policy person?
So we have a housing and grants division in the community development department headed by Sarah Flax. For those of you who may not remember, in 2010, Sarah oversaw our neighborhood stabilization program grants, almost $20 million of grants. So she has a really long history of overseeing federal grants. We manage our CDBG, ESG, home funds, all through Sarah Flax. So the idea of this position is that just like NSP, where we had a dedicated staff member who oversaw the disbursement, the tracking to make sure that we were in compliance with our federal grants, any kind of federal regulations, they change constantly. There's constantly recertifications and webinars that we need to stay on top of. This person would be on top of that work. And that's not, we already have staff that, I won't speak for our budget team or our finance team, but Housing and Grants already does a tremendous amount of work with tracking other things, other compliance activities. We really do need one person who this stays with, and we are not carving out more pieces of this.
So I guess, I've had residents ask me about this, like $100,000 for ARPA compliance, like 40 hours a week. Someone's like just working on ARPA. I mean, it's 100,000, right? So that's a lot of money. And I'm just trying to understand.
I think that's a fully loaded salary, so that includes benefits as well.
But in other words, full-time, round the clock, doing ARPA compliance.
And I will tell you, the NSP2 person probably worked more than around the clock. She was at meetings, at weekend activities. It was a full-time plus some, because there's lots of questions, and this person becomes one of these subject matter experts, and all of you will want to have questions answered, and this person can answer those questions.
Okay.
Can we?
Right.
Okay. Are you?
Peter and I are about to say the same thing.
Right. But
So
I wanted to make sure that Councilmember Kelly was.
All right, more, but I'll send them in writing.
All right, perfect. So I think maybe
It's brief.
Councilmember Wynn on behalf of Councilmember Wynn and Councilmember Braithwaite.
So during NSP2, and the $20 million that we received was the largest amount that any municipality our size. We were the only municipality to receive that $20 million by a wide margin. I think the next nearest city size was 500,000 population. We hired Jolene Saul, who was an expert on this. Jolene, as Ms. Nyden just said, she worked 80-hour weeks. She was instrumental in the success of the NSP2 project. Many of you may have met her. Certainly, we all heard regular reports from her. She was really instrumental in the fact that we spent that money really effectively and met all the requirements. I'm sorry we don't still have her on staff somewhere, but we couldn't hold on to her. She moved on to another very high qualified job. So I can't imagine trying to take on another large amount of government money without having someone in that role. I mean, Jolene was reading regulations, constantly interacting with the federal government to make sure that we were administering the program exactly as we were supposed to be.
And just to finish up, just in terms of the compliance, a couple of examples that she did for those of you that are new. There was a huge local hire component to the NSP2 fund. There were a lot of contractors that really launched their businesses through that. In addition to that local hire, there was a local spend. She set up to make sure that the contractors that were doing the work were paid on time. So I think these are just great questions, and it's an opportunity to give some history and insight. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And hearing nothing further.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I have just two very quick things. I'm not going to
go ahead.
Carry on for very long. Okay. Thank you. I just have two questions. There were a number of referrals that I submitted early on that had budget implications that have not yet, and I'm talking about early in the term, they have not yet been brought up, particularly looking at a progressive fee and fine structure. We were sent information from a former colleague of ours, former Alderman Jane Grover, who now works with with the, we know it, I forget it, the name, Metropolitan something. And they've done a lot of great research on creating a fee and fine structure. Particularly, I think Ms. Grover sent us a packet about parking tickets and other car driving related tickets, and that of course those should not be necessarily revenue sources, but obviously they are sources of revenue. But I think if we were to look at it progressively, we can charge folks who make more, and folks who don't make as much, either the same or a lower rate, to one, obviously an impact would be to gain additional revenue, but also the big thing would be to actually deter the behavior from folks. And so I would love to see a memo on that, along with getting some. Well, I saw in the memos that there is. I mentioned a head tax on corporate employers at the last meeting. To see some specific numbers on that, as well as some of the other memos that have been requested. I did not see specific numbers on what the revenue impact could be if we increase some of those funds. And then to clarify a point, at the last meeting, I misspoke, and when I referred to creating a tax rate for luxury units, I misstated the AMI, so certainly, as evidenced by the picture behind me, I'm not looking to raise taxes on the middle class, but certainly looking to gain additional revenue. I think staff cuts to cutting services is one route to get financially stable, but I think at some point, cuts begin to harm both the quality of service that we provide and our lowest income residents, and begin to be more detrimental. I will say, for the folks who've been here for a while, I think our last city I think there's value in looking at particularly staffing in the police department. I did ask about numbers regarding crime rates in Evanston. I know that there is a proposal to increase to fill vacant vacancies. I'm curious to just get more information. I don't believe I saw that in the memo tracker. More information on crime rate statistics in the city of Evanston over the last few years, comparing that to the number of officers, and really see if there is a need to fill those 7 vacancies. So that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And the final brief speaker will be Councilmember Kelly.
All right. Would it be reasonable to ask for a 2 to 3 year, not obviously full budgets for the second, but given that we got this $43 million in ARPA money, it seems like it would make sense to project out. Does that sound reasonable? I think when we're talking about this large amount of money, we should see where this is going and how it's going to play out, and some projections for beyond just 1 year. And I would say I think we should, 3-year budget plan would make sense.
So let me answer. I think that makes a tremendous amount of sense. I think having multi-year projections of both revenue and spending is important and appropriate for an organization of our size. I think at this point to expect a 3-year blueprint from staff before folks vote on the 2022 budget might be too much to ask, but I think asking for us to move in that direction makes an awful lot of sense. Councilmember Nguyen?
Yes, I think that this is exactly the type of topic that we should be discussing at the Finance and Budget Committee, and we are meeting tomorrow on this issue. And we should raise these issues because I think that's projecting forward and looking beyond the immediate budget is really critical. And I think that's a perfect topic for Finance and Budget.
the very, very last question, and then I'll send my other ones in writing. So for the law department, are we, and I'm not challenging whether we need more or not. I just noticed we're going from 363 to almost doubling. So are we doubling the legal department?
No. Nicholas Cummings, Corporation Counsel. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, Interim City Manager Kandersky. In prior years, the law department's budget's been split in two, where you have half the law department salaries and expenses coming out of the law department, the general fund, and the other half coming out of the insurance fund. And that's a practice that I wanted to stop as a Corporation Counsel. I felt like all the law department expenditures should come out of the law department general fund, as opposed to expenditures coming out of the insurance fund, which is meant to help cover claims, judgments, settlements, things that the city expends as a result of some other action, as opposed to actually paying salaries and benefits of staff. So that's why the change in cost. Additionally, if I'm not mistaken, there could be some realignment that's involved with that number as well. So this is the first place I've ever worked where workers' comp is actually in the HR or administrative services budget previously. Work comp is now, my understanding is it should be under law. So that would be another person that would account for that number, but it's no additional people. It's all the same number of staff.
Says salaries, list salaries is going from 363 to 706.
Correct. And so if I wanted to be like a technical illustration, when I had to approve people's timesheets over the weekend, there was like 4 people from the law department and then another set of people under the insurance claims fund in order to prove their time. So they are paid out of a totally different fund. And I just asked the budget team to move everyone that's for the law department into the law department's budget. And so that's why the budget looks dramatically increased. But there is not a change in the number of people. It's just changing how we actually fund those salaries and benefits.
Okay, thank you. And just for the public, how many do we have on staff right now, attorneys?
There are 4 attorneys, and there's an open position that I just sent HR 6 people to interview for, because that position was posted in July. Correct.
So 5 attorneys?
Yes.
Thank you.
And 1 paralegal and 1 administrative lead.
So five attorneys, 1 paralegal, and 1 administrative lead.
Hearing nothing further, I hereby.
I just want to say thank you, Nick. Sorry, Mayor Best, I'm not going to. I just want to say thank you, Nick, for that change. I think that's one thing, a note for staff. Wherever that is, a similar situation is happening in any department, I think for transparency's sake, it is important to just have budgets aligned. I think this is akin or akin, I don't know which one, to us using bond money for regular infrastructure maintenance funds. So I think this should be, if there are any other places that we have not found yet where a similar situation is happening, I'd, 1, like that to be brought to our attention, and then 2, I'd love to have clear accounting as Council Cummings has done with the law department. So thank you.
Hearing nothing further, I hereby adjourn this budget public hearing, bringing us to the next item on the agenda, which is the mayor's public announcements. I have just one proclamation declaring October 24th, 2021 World Polio Day. I'll just read a few brief snippets of this. This is celebrating a partnership with Rotary International, and it says, whereas Rotary in 1985 launched Polio Plus and in 1988 helped establish the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, which today includes the WHO, U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, UNICEF and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, to immunize the children of the world against polio. And whereas polio cases have dropped by 99.9% since 1988, and the world stands on the threshold of eradicating the disease, ... Now, therefore, I, Daniel, Mayor of the City of Evanston, do hereby proclaim October 24th, 2021 as World Polio Day in Evanston, Illinois, and encourage all citizens to join me and Rotary International, the Rotary Club of Evanston, the Evanston Lighthouse Rotary Club, and the Evanston Nouveau Rotary Club in the fight for a polio-free world. Next on the agenda is the City Manager's public announcements.
Good evening. No comments tonight?
Next on the agenda is communications from the City Clerk.
Just want to acknowledge the different emails we received today. For vote no's for the 5/5 TIFs, we have Stephanie Dufford, Beth Honer, Tina Foster, Karen Long, Catherine Mitchell, Christina Bargle, Genevieve Pappas, asking to slow it down, Judy Kuhn, in favor of it, Chris and Elizabeth Chardu. So against the leaf blower policy, Paul Klinsker from Nature's Perspective, and other public comments from Glenn Madej and Catherine Grant. That's all.
Thank you. This brings us to public comment. Because of the number of people who've signed up to give public comment today, every speaker will get a minute and a half. And we begin, as usual, with the in-person sign-ups, starting with Mike Vasilko.
So thank you again, Mayor Biss. So I want to backtrack to something that was mentioned after I spoke at the budget hearing, and Claire Kelly brought it up as far as the spending on the animal shelter. I mean, I heard not only the fees, but I heard that somebody wants to increase the cost of that building in the magnitude of between $5 and $10 million when we were given a grant of $2 million, which is more than sufficient. So I'm curious, if you're listening to staff and somebody's telling you you want to spend $800 a square foot on an animal shelter, and I love animals, my family loves animals, great fans, spend a lot of money taking care of them, but the building itself does not need to cost that kind of money. So that $700,000 fee is probably driven by the notion that somebody's being told it's going to be an $8 to $10 million building. That should not happen. That's wasteful, irresponsible spending on the part of staff to even bring it up to you. And that's part of what I don't have time to go through all of these spending items on tonight's agenda.
15 seconds. 15 seconds.
Enough time to say that's what staff does. They pile up the spending, they bring this forward to you, they know you don't have enough time to get into the details of all of this, they just expect you to rubber stamp it, move it on, spend tens of millions of dollars.
Time.
Thank you very much. It's irresponsible, and somebody should be held responsible at staff level for bringing these things to your attention.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm John Kennedy from Ward 3. Hello, Melissa. This is a little deja vu coming in to listen once again how the council wants to move out of this building. About 15, 16 years ago, the same issue was brought up, and the city spent then at minimum $250,000 on U.S. equities to look through the same kind of concepts that they're going through now, or they're proposing now. And guess what? U.S. equities didn't come up with any solution because there wasn't any downtown. I was actually interested in Diane Golding's comments about how a public building, all brand new, it's going to be perfect, we can move in, low maintenance, all of a sudden now costs us probably $1 million a year. So new buildings are not a panacea. The other issue that I should, make sure everyone understands is there was a referendum back then. 2007, I believe, 83% of your public voted to keep this building. And today, and guess what? The reason they wanted it, they wanted to preserve it. They liked the free parking and the access and so on. Finally, I want to say, talking about the actual, pardon me?
15 seconds.
Talking about the actual bid, if you look closely AECOM is an engineering firm. They like to build things, all right? $200,000 less was Cushman Wakefield. They're a real estate operation. They like to move people around. The one reason that Cushman didn't get it is because staff couldn't come to a contract agreement. $200,000.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ray Friedman.
Good evening once again. Mayor Biss, City Council, Interim City Manager, and City Clerk. Thank you once again for the opportunity to speak at a City Council meeting. I did notice that none of the questions that I brought up about the budget were addressed at all. I did forget to ask about, in the budget, about Robert Crown. I'm sure you're tired of hearing about it. But why are we spending $400,000 on a park at Robert Crown? Shouldn't that have been included in the $50 million we've already spent? It looks like we need to go back to basics, and please explain to the residents why we have these public comment sessions to begin with. We thought it was to create a dialogue, as it states in the agenda, but that doesn't seem to be the case. On the contrary, it appears the city has tried very hard to keep the residents out of the discussions and out of the processes and procedures that shape our lives, policies, and cost of living here in Evanston. Tonight, you have called for a hearing on the budget, which apparently is required by law. Would you first explain the difference between, I'm sorry, I already asked you that question, was answered.
15 seconds.
Really? I don't believe, wait, okay, let me flip to the last paragraph. You've created a pattern of disrespect, distrust, and an environment that is not healthy for us to continue with. You did exactly the same thing on 7/12, and after we listened to a 2-hour presentation, we didn't finish the TIF hearing. It should be the hearing should be, the budget hearing, TIF hearing should be
Your time is
hearing
up.
on its own, okay? We can get much more accomplished if we all work together, and remember, when you plan to fail, when you fail to plan, you plan to fail. That's the saying. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Diane Thodos.
I'm going to be speaking about the Fifth Ward TIF. There's been a really long process of community meetings, especially with Alderman Burns here. And continually from those meetings, there's been the brush off of the community reaction and comments to the TIF, so I'm going to be repeating what was said. Bennett Johnson, for the whole process, there's been a lack of community involvement. Because there's no clear written plan, it means it can be manipulated. The money can go to some favored developer. There's a license to steal that we have to be concerned about. Of the 35 ward meeting at Fleetwood Jourdain with Bobby Burns, not one person supported the TIF. This is a farce. The TIF has to be planned not for the developers, but for the community and the people. Carla Sutton gave a reaction. There's been no collaboration, no communication with the community on this particular TIF. A person on a fixed income still has to meet these property tax increases every year. People in the future will say, black people used to live in the TIF area. They aren't there anymore. This is a ripoff of Barnum and Bailey circus proportions.
15 seconds.
I want to mention, Mayor Biss, we feel at Community Alliance of Better Government, as a member, you've evacuated your duty to lead. You talk about the great brain trust in this community. Well, here we are, from Tom Tresser of Civic Labs to Community Alliance for Better Government to Reclaim Evanston, giving you the deep facts on how this TIF looks, opaque, anti-community, untransparent. And essentially, you've evacuated your duty to lead and in informing on the issue, and this is a critical failure of leadership.
Thank you.
You also had an interview with CABG, a number of you did too. we'll be keeping a report card on your vote yes or no for this TIF.
Thank you
And
very much. Your time is up.
organizing progressive activism in the community to continue the process.
Thank you. We now move to the online speakers, beginning with Linda Del Bosque, who will be followed by Alyssa Spain and then John Rush.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Some of you have received an email from me the last couple of days regarding the TIF. I am really concerned about the sustainability of this program. If it really is supposed to satisfy the growth and the need of this particular ward, I believe that if we were to focus on small business and redevelopment, if we can dismantle the 3 business districts currently, create 1 business district, and everything in the redevelopment can go under the SSA. I'm not sure why a TIF is needed in such a small ward. The downtown, the main dumpster mile, yes, they have TIFs. Central has TIFs. We've seen Peckish Pig thrive. We've seen Lush Wines thrive. We understand, but the 5th ward was created for a certain purpose, number 1. Number 2, certain black families, maybe brown families, will be displaced because of the taxes. And yes, gentrification is nice. We see it in Pilsen. We see it happening in Humboldt Park.
15 seconds.
Different parts of Chicago. But the important thing is here in Evanston, we're different. We're only 7.8 miles. I appreciate Alderman Burns and the Economic Development Department looking outside the box to redevelop that, to the ward which is needed. But if we were to look at innovative other ways, that would be great.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Alyssa Spain, followed by John Rush, and then Heather Bublick. Is Ms. Spain there? Not hearing her for now, we'll move on to John Rush, who will be followed by Heather Bublick and then Alan Price.
Hello, I'm here to comment not on the TIF, but on the metered parking along Sheridan Road and Kedzie Street and Michigan Boulevard. Do you want me to proceed?
Yes, please.
You are proposing metered parking on these streets that have never had metered parking, and this is going to be a burden to all of us who live in this neighborhood. It's going to push parking west of Sheridan Road onto Michigan. It's going to make parking there very congested. If we have tradesmen come in, contractors, anybody who's going to have to park in front of our building to work on the building, sometimes having to move material in and out for hours at a time, is going to have to pay $3 an hour. Now, who's going to pay for this? They're going to charge us for this. So this is, in fact, an additional tax on us, which I think is very unfair and short-sighted of the city, and it's going to deteriorate the quality of the neighborhood. So if you insist on doing something like this, I think at the very least we're owed a tax reduction by the various taxing bodies to bring our very, very high property taxes down a bit, because our neighborhood is going to be deteriorating. So I want you to think carefully before you do this. I know this seems like a small matter to City Council, but it is a big matter to everybody that lives in this neighborhood. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. The next speaker is Heather Bublick, who will be followed by Alan Price and then Mary Rosinski. Is Ms. Bublick in the Zoom? We'll move on then to Alan Price, followed by Mary Rosinski, and then Emily Hogan. Is Alan Price there? If not, we'll move ahead to Mary Rosinski, who will be followed by Emily Hogan and then Bruce Enenbach.
You know, I can see Alan in there.
Is Ms. Bublick in the Zoom? Oh, there you are. We can hear you now.
Move on then to Alan Price, followed by Mary Rosinski, and then Emily Hogan.
I'll just repeat this as a.
Thank you, Mayor Biss.
Just as a.
Sure you can hear me?
As a note for folks. As a note for folks who are on Zoom.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. It seems like a few different people are speaking at once, and I think someone.
By Emily Hogan, and then Bruce Enenbach.
You know, I can see Alan in there.
Yeah, so I think everyone, whoever is watching on YouTube needs to mute their computer.
I'll just repeat this as a.
Thank you, Mayor Biss. Okay, thank you, Mayor Biss. Sure you can hear me?
Note for folks. As a note for folks who are on Zoom.
Yes, I am.
All right,
I'm sorry. Just as a note for folks who are on the Zoom, if you do not watch on YouTube, if you're connected to the Zoom, watch through the Zoom link, not through the YouTube. You can pin the council chamber screen on Zoom because you'll have a great delay between when you're seeing it on YouTube and what's actually happening live in the meeting.
Right, and I think that instruction will make its way to Mr. Price.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Biss. Sure you can hear me?
All right, so Mr. Price, we're going to keep you muted for a little while because you're behind the audio. When it gets to now, what you'll learn is you have to switch off the volume on your YouTube feed to not create this feedback that's been created. We'll come back to you in due course, I promise. But let's, in the meantime, move ahead to Mary Rosinski, and then we'll go back to Alan Price afterwards.
All right. Hi. Thank you. I just want to say I'm so disappointed that you crammed 3 issues into one night. I mean, that was not public discussion. Wait, can I start again? What's going on here? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
At the earlier meeting, I asked for an audit on Robert Crown, but after listening to the budget discussion, I'm asking that you put money in the budget for a complete forensic audit on the entire city budget, because the numbers that are being talked about and the backup on it and where these numbers are coming from don't quite make a lot of sense. And I support a new animal shelter. I want people to look around. Paws just did a beautiful renovation and expansion of their shelter down in the city. I know I used to foster dogs from there. $9 million raised by fundraising and other things. So let's not get crazy. Let's use our money wisely and get a per square foot cost and get the most we can and quit spending so much goddamn money on consultants. If it's a project manager, that's one thing. But I'm also here to talk that the police stop making poor financial decisions and then getting upset with us that we don't have trust in you, because there's a long history of our city walking down this path of bad financial decisions, despite of what residents say and all the expertise that people have come to you with. And then when we get down that path, everything falls apart. I wanted to point out about the TIF. The
15 seconds.
Someone referred to is all owned by one person who doesn't live in Evanston. So the whole Fifth Ward has had major development and kept pace with the percentage of real estate that's going on in other wards. So there's a real disingenuous
Your time is up.
discussion going on there. There's 3 community organizations who've asked you not to pass a tip at this time. There's too many unanswered questions. We're rushing through this. We're creating an artificially low increment that's going to negatively impact our school and city and library budget. And the biggest thing that I'm having a real problem with is that this TIF is supposed to be making the Fifth Ward whole, and yet it has excluded 40 to 50% of the Fifth Ward residents.
Thank you very much. Your time is up.
Are included in then of the half of the other people who are included, about half
Thank
of
you,
them
Ms. Rosinski.
are landlords, investors, commercial owners who don't even live in the district, ward, or Evanston. So this begs the question of why are the boundaries drawn the way they are? How come not everyone included? Who's doing it? And why are you asking residents to support diverting millions of tax
Your time is up, Ms. Rosinski. Thank you very much. Let's go back now to Mr. Price.
Yes.
Great.
Thank you. I want to know how many other residential streets in Evanston have parking charged on those streets. I don't think there are any. I think Sheridan Road is the only one. I think it's a good idea in the 1700 blocks because there are no houses on either side of the road, but not on the 800, 700, and 600 blocks for Sheridan. I don't think you have any data showing how many no-wheel tax parkers are going to be parking on those streets, on our street, that'll generate revenue. I don't think you have any idea what the potential revenue is. I think you should make this an experimental program like you did the spaces farther north. And I wanted to know how you will be allowing people who have childcare who might be there 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. They can wind up spending $4,100 a year just on parking fees. I think that is another addition to our property taxes. And that's all I have to say. I think this should be on an experimental basis. I don't think you have any data that supports putting parking metering on these blocks in Sheridan Road. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Emily Hogan, followed by Bruce Enenbach, and then Tricia Conley. Is Emily Hogan there? If not, we'll move ahead to Bruce Enenbach, who will be followed by Tricia Conley and then Chris Kruger.
Thank you, Mayor Biss. This is Bruce Enenbach, 723 Emerson. First Ward, I would like to speak to a couple of issues on the agenda. With respect to SP1, a proposed nearly $400,000 contract to investigate a civic center relocation. 10 or so years ago, the citizens of Evanston, by a margin of 83% via a referendum, supported the idea that the city should remain in its current location and not pursue moving options. Nothing of significance has occurred in the interim to warrant yet another shot at this rather silly idea, and this council should reject the proposal out now. Regarding the 5/5 tip, it's a hard word to say, there's no such thing as a free lunch. TIFs increase taxes, period, and I see no real need for this TIF anywhere in the proposed area. And I certainly see no need particularly to include the civic center in this. Said inclusion would make it appear that this TIF is intended to provide funds to make improvements to or renovate the civic center, or far more worrisome, to make the civic center property more attractive and valuable to a purchaser due to the availability of TIF funds in order to facilitate the city's move to a newly constructed civic center.
15
Here
seconds.
we go again. Been there, done that. This TIF needs to be rejected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tricia Conley, who will be followed by Chris Kruger and then Darlene Cannon.
Hello, good evening. Tricia Conley, Second Ward. Tonight, I, along with many who've already spoken, are here to say vote down this TIF. There are many questions around who will develop land, what will be on developed land, and who will be served. Why are we not using our budget to align with values we say we have around equity and repair for the Fifth Ward? That should be an option beginning this year. Why were the residents affected by this TIF brought together? Why weren't they brought together to co-collaborate on developing plans? What is the plan for affordable housing? And more specifically, my idea and many people's idea of affordability is 30 to 60% of the area median income, or even better, AMI within the census tract of where development and housing is going to happen. Well, since we don't have too much time to speak, that's about all I have to say. I really am concerned that this city and leadership continues to dismiss the public and really rein in and think about ways how we co-collaborate together for plans on the future of our town for the the most vulnerable. They especially should be at the table. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Chris Kruger, followed by Darlene Cannon, and then Meg Welch.
I'm trying to start my video, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. We can hear you just fine, by the way.
Well, I'd like to have my video. Your host has locked me out of the video. I'd like to start it.
Oh, can we? Oh, there you go.
Hi. Yes. The TIF is a giveaway. It is a assignment of the tax burden from one area to the general revenue to the taxpayers. It's a giveaway. This is self-dealing. This is what happens when we have a city council that is paid part-time to do a full-time job. We invite conflicts of interest. We invite self-dealing. Nobody with an interest in this should be allowed to vote on it. Anyone with an interest in this should not be allowed to vote on it. I'm talking about Alderman Bobby Burns. I'm talking about the council becoming spokesmodels for the developers, for the elites that control this city. We need a full-time council and a full-time mayor and people who will act on behalf of the general public and not in the special interest. This is a giveaway. This is simply shifting the tax burden from who should be paying it, which are the people of means, to the general taxpayer. It should not be allowed, and it's going to gentrify Evanston. It simply is an ongoing gentrification. Whether they include a smattering of diverse faces, they're going to end up making Evanston gentrified and driving poor, low-income and middle-income people out of the city of Evanston. It's wrong. People should reject it. People should vote against it, and I urge the council to vote against it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Darlene Cannon, who will be followed by Meg Welch and then Tom Jackson.
Thank you. Darlene Cannon, Second Ward. The ultimate reflection of the city's priorities is the budget and how they decide to use it. Are we helping our most vulnerable residents, or are we serving the wills of the wealthy? We should be budgeting and assessing to see if it reflects the city's stated priorities of helping our vulnerable population. TIF is a tool of economic development. However, it's not harm-free. By continuing to use this tool, I ask, does our city leadership desire to complete the gentrification process in Evanston? The language used to describe this TIF at best is ambitious, at worst is insulting. However, either won't ensure that folks get to stay in their communities. If this TIF gets passed, you must establish an effective communication to all the residents of Evanston, not a select few. A detailed plan that will protect Black, Indigenous people and low-income folks from being pushed out of the city. Also, please know that saying we have affordable housing in the plan doesn't mean anything when the housing is not what our residents need. Currently, developers are getting away with only providing studios and micro units and luxury, none of which will address the needs of the current residents. But maybe the long-term goal is to replace the current residents. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Meg Welch, followed by Tom Jackson, and then Doreen Price.
So first of all, I want to mention that I signed up for public comment several hours before any of the meetings started. I never got an email link. I know this happens every council meeting, every meeting. There are people that obviously have signed up and they're nowhere to be seen. And there's something about this process that is not efficient. So maybe that needs to be addressed. But I'd like to be indulged because I did sign up for the budget hearing and I was not called on, and I've been here since then. So indulge me with maybe a few seconds more time. I see fat in this budget in places that I didn't expect to see it under the leadership of Mayor Biss and this council. I support an animal shelter, but $7 million for an animal shelter? We don't have a homeless people shelter that's supported by the city, tax supported. People are leaving because we don't have enough affordable shelter for human families. I don't want to be sad when I go into the animal shelter thinking about how we don't have enough affordable housing for my friends, for people who might be forced out eventually, including me someday. This is a misplaced priority. The cost needs to come down. Also, we're hiring 7 police officers at the same time. We're supposedly prioritizing exploring more effective alternatives to community safety. The budget includes multiple 6 figures for consulting fees and many new positions. You could choose, out of your professed commitment to equity, to build into the budget consistently every year money for the neglected Fifth Ward instead of raiding money from our schools and producing a need to raise our property taxes in the future with the TIF. We need a financial audit. Thought we were turning a page this year. Disappointing.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tom Jackson, followed by Doreen Price, and then Bob Hercules.
I'm a longtime resident of the 3rd Ward, the 800 block of Michigan, just west of the proposed Sheridan Road and Kedzie parking issue. I would like to express my extreme opposition to a parking, the proposed parking requirement on Sheridan Road and Kedzie. There are many reasons, I think, for my opposition to this. I'm suspicious as to the reason for this. I'm wondering if it is a prelude to the dog park in Clark Square. Again, I just want to express my opposition to the proposed parking issue on Sheridan Road. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Doreen Price, who will be followed by Bob Hercules and then Kira Kelly.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council. I have a short, hopefully short, public response here, and I'm talking about A8, A14, and A10. And particularly starting a little bit backwards with A14, it needs to have an inclusive definition of low income. And from what I've read and what I've heard, LIHEAP is supposed to be the discriminator, and I know if you have a home, LIHEAP won't help you because you can be just $100 over a month, what LIHEAP requires, and be ignored. So the Salvation Army, I found out through trial and error, right, does help. So include them, and also the Evanston Senior Benefit Card, include them. And then if anyone has any dealings with the city, who the city knows are low income, make sure they're put on the list. And that includes any new additional help that can be available to low income people that they can't keep up on hearing everything one by one instead of like a centralized notification system. Help is needed for the vulnerable populations that's described and identified in the TIF.
15
which
seconds.
extends beyond the TIF boundaries. ARPA fund priorities have yet to include them. Is it prudent for A8 to bond or borrow money for equipment now rather than use Fed money meant to stabilize and preserve our diversity, including the vulnerable? Human Services has been cumulatively grossly underfunded in ops and grants by let me finish, please. I won't take long. Grants and 2 city manager austerity programs and exaggerated by pandemic and insufficiencies. We need to build back better with vision and hope from community elders and longtime residents. To build, we must need a plan. To plan, we need to include those left out who suffer the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bob Hercules, followed by Kira Kelly, and then Elliot Zashin. Is Bob Hercules there? If not, we'll move on with Kira Kelly, who will be followed by Elliot Zashin, and then Leslie Williams. is Kira Kelly available in the Zoom?
Yes, I'm
great.
sorry. I'm here to comment on the Fifth Ward TIF as well, in particular the assurances added to the D65 intergovernmental agreement that funds will not be used for luxury development that is, quote, not fitting to the neighborhood. Speaking from experience with the Economic Development Department's projects, I can say that the needs of the developers, not this kind of language in our ordinances, determine what projects we get and are approved. In fact, we currently have compulsory ordinance standards about compatibility for development that sound a lot like this language here. But don't take my word for it. Case in point on the agenda tonight, 1900 Sherman Avenue, as they asked for an extension. Their development is 16 stories, which is double the height and bulk it's zoned for in this residential neighborhood. Not only that, it passed despite official standards that compel it to be compatible with the surroundings, which include 2-story structures to the north and 3 to 4 structures to the east, and all brick. Yet this glass and steel building was still pushed through. So it's a cautionary tale for the Fifth Ward. It's almost insulting to our intelligence to have the department ask residents for trust when we have seen these projects. Perhaps the TIF money will not be given to the developers, but undoubtedly luxury developments will still be pursued, and the new TIF investments will sure be attractive selling points. Also, the city's focus on luxury development citywide already has fueled gentrification in the Fifth Ward and throughout the city. Even in the face of data before our eyes that show that these developments have forced up rents and are called gentrification on steroids by a recent news article and price long-term residents out of town. Anyway, a TIF strategy that still supports gentrification is not the solution.
Your time is up.
Okay. Well, it's just
The next speaker is Elliot Zashin, who will be followed by Leslie Williams and then Cecile McHugh. I'm sorry, my mistake. Mr. Zashin is no longer available. So the next speaker will be Leslie Williams, followed by Cecile McHugh.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the official statement from the Community Alliance for Better Government. We commend Fifth Ward Alderman Bobby Burns for taking the initiative to prioritize investment and development for Fifth Ward residents who've historically been underserved by the city. And we're also happy that the council has reached an IGA with District 65. However, the question is not whether prioritized investment in the Fifth Ward is justified. The obvious answer is yes, absolutely. We see the issue as twofold. What is the plan for investment within the Fifth Ward with specific anticipated projects and costs? And what are the funding mechanisms to protect the people of the Fifth Ward from gentrification? Until these questions are answered, CABG urges the City Council to vote no on a TIF. The Black population has declined at the same time that demand for suburban Evanston homes has increased, which is a recipe for displacement of generations of families. Justice demands that funds to support the Fifth Ward should come directly out of the city budget on an annual basis, with policies for equitable development to match. CABG recommends the city review the woefully outdated West Evanston master plan in conjunction with ward residents in a transparent, fully participatory process. What specific mix of preservation and new development are Fifth Ward residents seeking? To what extent will land be protected from the market through mechanisms like deed restrictions or community land trust? What is the housing plan, specifically the affordable housing plan for the Fifth Ward as well as the rest of Evanston? The city should then take ideas and data collected from residents, prioritize them based on equity and inclusion, put a price tag on them, and then appropriate the funds. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cecile McHugh.
Hello. I'm a First Ward resident speaking against the proposed TIF. There's nothing that could be accomplished in a TIF that couldn't be accomplished as part of the city budget under the control of our elected city council with the transparency and accountability that the city budget process provides versus putting our tax dollars into a TIF under the control of unelected persons with inadequate transparency and accountability that TIFs, including Evanston TIFs, are known for. It's surprising that city council members would vote to hand over their oversight of our tax dollars to unelected persons and reduce transparency and accountability by voting for this. My objection, shared by many,
regarding the specifics include the inclusion of the Civic Center, the inclusion of the mega development at 1815 Ridge, already open for business. How will TIF funds be cut from landlords who are already buying buildings in the area and renting them to large groups of students at a large profit? A significant part of the TIF is at risk for becoming student housing. Will TIF funds be kept from developers who have been eagerly building mega developments, including those along Emerson Street just east of the TIF? They have run out of space here and need to expand into other areas.
Time.
And the developments they would
seconds.
almost done. And the developments they would build would in no way be but for developments. Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry about that mix-up there. That brings us to the end of our list. Let me loop back to those who were called on and were not at the time in the Zoom. There are 4 such people, I believe. Elisa Spain, Heather Bublick, Emily Hogan, and Bob Hercules. Are any of the 4 of those individuals, Heather Bublick, Emily Hogan?
This is Bob Hercules. I'm here.
Great. Go ahead.
Yes, I want to echo what a lot of people have said. I just think that I don't think that there's a need for a TIF in the 5th Ward. I'm not sure why we can't just have a responsible, viable, and intentional economic plan instead of a TIF. It just seems like it would make a lot more sense. I think we need to budget for home assistance, economic opportunities for residents of the 5th Ward and other places, and not have a TIF that is, in my opinion, quite dubious because it hasn't really been defined very well. So I urge the council to at the very least, to delay the vote on the TIF tonight and, maybe come up with a better solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll just repeat the other 3 names one last time. Elisa Spain, Heather Bublick, and Emily Hogan. Are any of the 3 of you available to give public comment? Seeing none, this concludes public comment for the evening. I believe Clerk Mendoza had one additional item she wanted to read.
Yes, I wanted to acknowledge 2 missed public comments. One was just emailed. One is from Rick Cardis, ETHS Teachers Council President, asking for the TIF to be slowed down, and then on Elliot Sation, who had to he submitted his public comment to the council instead. And I also wanted to address the submission from Megan Welsh. When that submission was made, there was no email or phone number included. So I had nowhere to send a Zoom link for that. So just reminding people, if you want to participate in public comment, please remember to submit your email or your phone number in order for me to be able to send you your Zoom link. Thank you.
Point of information, if I can just make a quick suggestion. If you make that a required field, folks won't be able to get past signing up without.
It is a required field. Instead of a phone number or email, they simply put in the word Zoom. So if you submit anything, it will let you move on.
Yes, I mean, make it a required field that they put in their phone number, email. Right, thank you.
I think this is something we can all work on offline. This brings us to SP1. Would anyone like to make a motion regarding SP1?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move item SP1, approval of a contract award with AECom for the Civic Center and Police Fire Headquarters relocation feasibility study. This is RFP 21-27.
Second.
Councilmember Newsman moves item SP1. Councilmember Braithwaite seconds. Is there any discussion? See, of course, right.
It's okay.
I apologize. It's been a long night. So Laura Biggs, I believe, has a brief presentation to give on the subject. My apologies, and thank you for
That's quite all right.
For grabbing me before I went over the cliff.
Mayor Biss, Clerk Mendoza, honored members of the council. My name is Laura Biggs. I'm the city engineer. I do have a presentation tonight, and there's a lot of info on the slides, and so I'm going to skip through them pretty quickly and just summarize. If you want me to slow down, I'm happy to, but most of this info is right out of the memo. So, background history on the Civic Center. The first part of the building was built in 1901, is 120 years old. The second part of the building is roughly 100 years old. And if you look at the history, when we acquired it in the late 70s, we did do some work, but we have not done substantial work since then on almost any of the building systems. So in this 120-year-old building, we've done relatively little work for 40 years. So we were concerned about the HVAC. We've known it's had problems for a while, and it's at the end of its useful life. So we did a study with Grum and Butkus in 2018. And what we found was actually more serious than what we expected. A substantial portion of the systems are failing. So there's a heating system that is a boiler, a steam-operated boiler, that provides radiant heat. And there's a heat pump system that circulates water that provides the AC. And pretty much the entire AC system needs to be replaced, including all the distribution piping. For the boiler system, portions need to be upgraded. And the one thing that this study did not include was CARP and carbon neutral goals. So if we move forward with HVAC improvements instead, we would want to update this study before we go on. But what that study found was it looked at different options in a 25-year life cycle cost, and the most cost-effective option was over $7 million just for the HVAC. It did not take into account, in fact, pretty much a lot of the electrical system would have to be upgraded, as well as just we'd be poking holes in walls, we would find asbestos that we know is there, we would have a lot of other costs associated with things. And so when we look at the Civic Center, we know we have a really big bill coming due in terms of the HVAC system, but also a number of other systems that haven't had any appreciable work in the last 40 years. But I also want to talk about the experience when you come to the Civic Center. It's a building that has a lot of presence, but it's a converted school building, and people get a very poor customer service experience when they come here. There isn't a single point of entry. If you are in a wheelchair or motorized scooter and you want to enter the building, you can't do it off of Ridge Avenue. We don't have an ADA access. We don't have sidewalks that will get you to the part of the building that is off of the parking lot where we have the ADA access. There's the council chambers, pre-pandemic. These are all pre-pandemic things, assuming we'll go back someday. They're too small for most of our meetings that we have at City Council. People are crowded into the antechambers, into the hallway. The restrooms are poorly distributed. We don't have male and female restrooms on each floor. And this building itself isn't necessarily centrally located to the entire Evanston community. But it also, as an additional problem, has a poor employee experience because of the difficulty directing people to the right location. We also can't control where they go. There's no central point of entry, and consequently, we have had a lot of security issues here, including pretty serious theft problems over the years for employees. There's a lack of forced air ventilation, so particularly in a pandemic time period, that is not give you good feelings about the air quality in the building. And staff are frequently disrupted by people asking for directions. My own office is next to the permit desk. I get at least 3 or 4 questions a day about the permit desk, including why is the permit desk closed for lunch? Where is the permit desk? I had a meeting with somebody who's not at the permit desk, but I don't know who to ask to actually find out who they are in community development. I direct them to the permit desk. So, these are problems in general with the building. It's just not efficient for either customers or employees. So when we look at the overall costs and we start seeing things that we have issues with, security, restroom improvements, window issues, asbestos, et cetera, it really starts to add up. And this bill is concerning to staff. We did not want to leap into this project without really considering all of our options. Similarly with the police fire headquarters, it also, older building, it was actually built as a police headquarters, municipal court, and a 5-bay fire station, but it was designed for 97 staff. It currently holds over 220 staff. It is bursting at the seams. It's an older building. It's not meant to be wired for modern technology, which the police continues to invest in more and more. And so we have a lot of issues with fiber connections, data closets, running more IT stuff, but also basic security there as well. And when we look at trying to upgrade it for a different type of police operation, this building really doesn't have a lot of flexibility for additional rooms, for different types of building services. the victim services. It's not co-located with the social workers that are in our Health and Human Services group. So there's problems with it being geographically separate, but also just with trying to reimagine how we would do anything differently with the building. And so we haven't actually done a lot of detailed study. These are preliminary estimates of the needs we know, but we expect that over time that we would find more stuff. And so we have considered that it is time to look at our options. Not that it's necessarily impossible to stay in these buildings, but that it would be thoughtful to get better information about what would be the financial implications of choices. And for that reason, we have solicited proposals and recommending award of the relocation feasibility study to relocate both the Civic Center and the Police Fire Headquarters to one location, combined location, potentially with a third-party partner. And for that, we have in this study a scope of services that includes everything from trying to calculate what our actual space needs are to evaluating different sites, estimating the costs, which is really critical, and determining if there would be economic benefits to the downtown if we were to move into a downtown location. This study asks for the consultant to evaluate 5 locations, 3 of which have been predetermined by staff and are in various locations near the downtown. And so other than that, I'm just here to answer any questions about this study.
The first people requesting to speak were, I believe, in order, council members Nusma, and then Braithwaite, and then Suffredin.
Thanks, Laura. I had a question that one of the public commenters picked up on as well with regards to the low-priced bid, and which was maybe half the price of the proposed contractor. If you could just speak to why that bid, I believe it was from, I'm missing, Cushman & Wakefield. Why was Cushman & Wakefield thrown out?
Cushman & Wakefield's price is substantially lower than any of the other 4 proposals that we had received. And that can be great, but it can also be a red flag, like what did they leave out of the project? So we actually moved them forward to an interview process with 2 other consultants to ask various questions, and they really did not give a very good interview. When we asked them questions like, are you sure you've included everything? They more or less indicated, well, we think we did. You'll just have to believe us, was sort of their answer. But more than that, their interview, they did not present themselves well. They frequently contradicted each other in the interview, and they themselves seemed sort of unsure about their ability to accomplish some of the tasks. So it did not engender confidence, and actually this is a group of people that's supposed to lead a really emotionally fraught and complicated public engagement process to get public feedback on what we're doing. And so for that reason, the selection committee did not select them as the recommended consultant.
Thank you.
So next will be Councilmember Braithwaite, followed by Wynn.
Thank you, Laura. I'm actually really excited about this. We've been talking about it for a while. To be able to get numbers that we can budget to make a decision is something I'm looking forward to. So you said, just going back, I wrote down 7.1, and that was just for HVAC in our building?
Yes.
So that doesn't include, there it is. So it was actually 24 million was the number I was looking for.
And I will tell you, many of these estimates are really rough. I mean, we are trying to get an order of magnitude cost because we don't have the ability to open the walls and determine how much asbestos there is. But we know there's asbestos. I mean, we have ACM tiles that are fraying in places that we address. We know there's pipe insulation. So, I mean, we're doing our estimates for budgetary consideration.
Sure. And then for the police and fire building, I wrote down 5 million, 5.6.
Yes, if you look in the 5-year CIP that was included in the 2022 budget book, you'll see these both for the Civic Center and for the police fire headquarters, but especially for the headquarters. These are broken down into a lot more detail. So there's for instance, there's a foundation issue where water has leaked into the building on and off for 20, 30 years. And unfortunately, because they're using every square inch of that space, it's locker rooms and storage for old drawings and court records and things where the water is leaking. So, I mean, these are problems that we really need to address, but somehow they're never really rising to the most important or the biggest emergency. But they're also not really good situations.
Right. And so my final question, so we're already up to north of $30 million. And out of the study is whoever the firm is exploring different locations, would we then, when we get the information back, have a cost for what the building would look like to centralize all of our operations? So that would be Civic Center, police, fire.
Potential partnership.
Yep.
I know that there's been some interest with Oakton that they were discussing. There may be other opportunities which the consultant will help us identify.
Right. And we would only be responsible for the portion of city operations, or would we then build out the whole, whatever that building would look like, and possibly lease?
You know, that is all up for negotiation, but I would think that we would want to lean towards the other direction where we would be seeking a partner who would have more the financial capability to build a building, and we would just be responsible for our portion of the cost.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Good. I'm looking forward to getting this information back. Thank you.
Next, we have Councilmember Nguyen, followed by Kelly, followed by Ravel.
I believe you have Councilmember Sheridan, or no?
He canceled his request.
Well, Director Biggs, like Councilmember Braithwaite, I am looking forward to this. We do need to get this information and as quickly as possible. I was one of the members of the City Council who voted 3 times to leave this building back in the aughts, and it was for all of the types of reasons that you are presenting right now. Unfortunately, the Great Recession came in and dashed those plans. A lot has changed in those 14, 15 years in terms of how people office. We know a lot more about what's in this building. Costs have only grown, and we know that we need greater synergies between our police, fire, and our city staff. And that even back when U.S. Equities did their analysis, I remember how much the building they said was wasted space. And that was quite a long time ago. So as much as I think this is a beautiful building, it really doesn't work well as an office building, and we've known that for a very long time. So I'm really looking forward to hearing what this report has to say about all of these things, because we need to get up-to-date information and put fresh eyes and new ideas to work here. So thank you very much.
Next is Councilmember Kelly, followed by Ravel.
Thank you. Is this available online, this presentation?
I'm not sure if it is. There's just been so much staffing turnover. I'm not sure who is responsible for posting it.
It would be great.
But it will be if it's not yet.
Thank you. So I'm also a little bit concerned about the $400,000. I mean, it's an enormous amount of money, and it kind of suggests that what we're actually purchasing here is not so much an objective study, but rather a conclusion at $400,000. And I do get concerned about when we're assessing this based on the interview and feelings rather than on quantifiable measurements. We did that with between Walsh and Bully and Andrew, and it was a $10 million difference. Walsh was number 1 in quantifiable, and then they went in an interview, decided that Bully and Andrew would better meet our minority women in local hiring, and then they didn't for $10 million more because we knew them better. So I like that in itself. I'd rather see evidence of experience and other measurements rather than the feeling from an interview. That's a large amount of money, $400,000. So I would, given how highly charged this topic is and how passionate, I feel it's a very beautiful building, and we have a lot of parking available and how so much of this community has rallied around this building to save it in the past. I would really like to have this, I would like to refer this to committee and have this come up the normal way rather than being a special, what do you call this? A special, what is this, Daniel? Special
order of business?
Yeah. So I'd like to refer this to committee. I don't know if that would go to rules for jurisdiction or to the referrals committee, but I really feel this needs to. And I think it would be even better if we had an elected official, given how highly charged this topic is, sponsor it. I think, Alderman Braithwaite or Wynn, I think somebody should get behind this, an elected official to actually, I think that would be, to me, I think that would be preferable, but either way, I'd like to refer this to committee.
So, Nicholas Cummings, Corporation Counsel, I'm not really sure which committee it would go to. So the City Council rules dictate that the Rules Committee determines jurisdiction. I know we also have the Referrals Committee that also helps to refer out which items go to which committees. So it would be one of, it could go to Planning and Development, so I'm really unsure.
It could also go to
I guess I'd
APW.
refer it to referral committee then.
I'm sorry, say it again, Mayor Viss.
It could also go to APW, one would think.
Well, the actual contract, I think, definitely would go to APW, but to discuss, I think, what Councilmember Kelly is talking about, I'm not really sure which of the three that it could go to.
It would go to APW.
Okay. And not to referral because it's
already on the agenda.
Yeah, I mean, it could,
It's like we would send it to committee to talk about something that's already on the agenda that's listed for action.
I guess I would say it's your motion. I put it here as a special order of business, so I'm very comfortable with that approach. But if you wanted to make a motion to refer it somewhere else, I would encourage you to exercise your own judgment and make the motion that you think is the right one.
in that case, I'd like to refer this to the referral committee.
Councilmember Kelly moves to refer item SP1 to the referrals committee. Is there a second? The motion dies for lack of a second. I believe the next speaker is Councilmember Revelle, followed by Fleming.
Well, I was just going to have one question, but I think I'll respond to Councilmember Kelly's concerns. It seems to me to be able to have much of a meaningful conversation, we need the information that the consultant is going to be giving us about, you know, how much it would cost to make this building work the way we want it to work versus what it would cost to move and relocate someplace else. So I think the next step really is to engage this consultant to give us more information that we really need. So now to my question, which is for the other chart, because you had mentioned, the customer service aspects or difficulties with this building. So does that $24 million include any kind of remodeling to improve the customer service?
It does. It's the one thing I will say that really doesn't entirely include is all the ADA improvements that we are doing a separate study right now. In fact, they were in this building today doing the evaluation for the ADA transition study. But when you do security improvements, you're putting doors in different locations. You may have glass partitions. We may address some of the exterior doors so they work a little bit better. And doing all that, you're moving stuff around. And so typically you have to make a lot of modifications to your HVAC and electrical systems while you do those types of improvements. So although it's not required, we do everything at once, it makes sense to do everything sort of in phase with each other. So that doesn't necessarily mean the whole building gets addressed in one 6-month period, but it does mean that we somehow phase the improvements so that we take all the things into account. So we're not continually doing construction over and over again.
Councilmember Fleming.
I guess my overall concern, I mean, I understand you have to do a study to figure out what you have to do. But just as you mentioned, we're doing the ADA study now. We've done the HVAC. I guess my overall concern, and this is not necessarily you, Laura, but as a city itself, is we do lots of studies and then we do nothing with them, or we do some stuff with them and then we come back a few years later and say it wasn't enough stuff. So it would be great, and outside of the comprehensive plan that's for something else, to just like make a decision, right? I mean, I don't know how much we spent on studies, and I didn't follow your slide fast enough to see, but I imagine there's been some studies at the police department, which I will say has fallen apart. I would think there's been some studies, with the fire, so to go out and now, and spend $300,000 on this study, I get that we need the study to see what we're going to do, but I also wish that we can have at some point some other kind of conversation about, do we even have interest up here in having this conversation about selling the building, right? Because we spend $300,000 and don't sell it because the citizens don't want us to sell it. And, I know when I was door knocking years ago, there was a lady who showed me her yard sign for the sale campaign last time and told me how she would do it again, which is her prerogative to do. But I guess it kind of spins wheels to spend the money, to have the staff do it, to hire the consultant, and then not do it because the citizens come out and yell and don't want to do it and we decide not to do it. So I guess I say all that just to say I'm hesitant to spend the money knowing how much we spent on studies in the past and you've shelved them because we haven't wanted to spend the money or whatever other reason. So I guess my question, or my, not even question, statement to my peers would be that we need to really decide if this is something we're willing to move on regardless of what the numbers say. The number is going to be high. I mean, it's going to be expensive to do anything, whether we repair this building or move to a new building. And it's not really fair to our citizens to see us spending all this money, to our staff to work on it. And then we pretty much say, because the citizens are yelling, we're not going to do anything. So we should just probably internally or with yourselves before you go to bed tonight, be serious to what we want to do with this, because I don't really want to spend the money, although I know the need, because I haven't really seen us move forward when we spent this kind of money on things. The other part of this that's just unfortunate in terms of timing is, there is the TIF, there is concern that the Civic Center is in the TIF, and so that's only going to, that people feel like we're doing the TIF just to sell the Civic Center. Now you're talking about this, which again is, I understand the engineering necessity of it, but the timing of it, your comment earlier about the conversation around partnering with Oakton, which I have said many times, we should not be having conversations kind of skirting around selling the building unless we're talking about selling the building. So all of those things just kind of add to citizen frustration, right? It looks like we're doing everything but talking about the elephant in the room. So, study aside, those are my concerns just about the topic. And I, like Melissa, have no loyalties to the building. I just would rather us have a conversation about if we really want to sell the building, knowing that it's going to be a hefty price tag that we're going to have to bond for, then let's just have that conversation. And Peter, don't squint your eyes, because I know you're going to say the study's going to let us do this, but we've sat up here a lot and done studies and not done anything with the studies, is my opinion.
If you had the power to read minds, you wouldn't want to waste your time reading mine.
So that's the end of everyone who's requested to speak for a first time. A few folks want to speak for a second time, beginning with Councilmember Kelly, who has 3 minutes remaining.
So again, and just to respond to Eleanor, it was about spending the $400,000. That's what I wanted to refer to committee, whether this is really, what we have the appetite for in terms of, since we had other options at $200,000. So it wasn't so much as, whether or not we need to do a full analysis, but whether or not, that's a lot of money. So 200 versus 400. And that's why I wanted it referred to committee. Could I try again and say, refer this to APW?
Wouldn't that be more appropriate to amend the motion to go with the other contract, the other consultant?
Or at least, I think it should be looked at, by members maybe of APW would be maybe the appropriate, or maybe it's to flat out, right, so maybe it's just to simply amend the motion to go with the 200,000 rather than 400.
I guess like last time, I would simply urge you to make the motion that you feel to be the right motion.
Okay, I'd like to amend this to hire a consultant at 200 rather than 400,000.
Oh gosh, no.
It's approximately.
So especially because you just used the word approximate, I certainly want this motion in writing before I will entertain it. perhaps while you're working on that, can I move on to the subsequent speakers, and you'll let me know when it's ready? Next is Councilmember Braithwaite, who has 3 minutes and 50 seconds left.
Thank you. So to Alderman Fleming, I want to make sure there are no wrinkles. So reviewing, we're looking at a $30 million debt that we can assume, because that number's up there. The cost is $400,000 to explore the alternative. We know what the $30 million look like. Laura, I guess there are a couple of things that I wanted to see if we could add that hopefully Alderman Fleming will agree to. So if we're looking at the total cost of everything when we make our decision, can we include what's the word I'm looking for? Potential sale costs for the Civic Center parcel, along with what the potential tax opportunities would be, depending if you want to do housing or large development based on current zoning in the areas. I know there's a lot of assumptions, so let's just ballpark. And then in addition, let's also look at the sale for the parcel of the fire, police, and fire operations, what that area is zoned for, along with potential taxes as well. So there it is. All the key information that anyone would want to make a decision, right? The debt of this building plus the others, we have that number, and then we'll know the full potential if you were to sell the two other parcels, not to mention the fact that they're both coming back on the tax roll.
So that can be done, but probably not for the same cost that they've given us for the work that they're proposing to do.
We could leverage our local developers.
So we could bring it as a change order to next council meeting. I can get
I wouldn't want to slow this down.
Yeah.
And I think there are enough developers out there that could tell us what the best and highest use, without just a ballpark. I don't think, just a ballpark, that's all. Any developer could tell you what they would sell it for, correct? I don't want to get too busy with it. I'm just saying that if you want all the information, those are the pieces of information at the appropriate time, not to slow it down. Hopefully I'm not being confusing, just that's the information that we're looking for.
I understand. I am just reluctant to commit to that without talking to the consultant first.
Okay.
So I will talk to them, and I will see if we can get some cursory information, and if we want more detailed information, how would that cost?
Right.
And it may be also I don't want to throw our own staff into this mix, but I do know that there's been some internal staff looking at these things from an economic development group. So they could probably give us some really quick numbers about the tax implications for this area and such.
And then do we have any indications as part of the study, and I didn't go that deep into it, I know that we get a lot of foot traffic in this building, what that would translate?
That's part of the study.
Okay, looking at the economic opportunities of foot traffic going to our downtown area.
Yes.
Good. Thank you.
Councilmember Nguyen, who has 3 minutes and 35 seconds left.
I will try to fit my comments in. Number one, just in terms of, I do not support going with a different bidder. Anyone who's contracted for anything, even on their own home, knows that when you have 2 or 3 bids that all come in very closely together, and then you have a low bidder, something is wrong with the low bidder. And I am not going to second guess our staff on these things. They're professionals. They know what they're doing. And I'm not going to say, I'm not going to question them on that. We have 2 bidders who are almost identical and then one that's significantly lower. That's a red flag. Okay, number 2, there are only 2 people, I think, in this room, John Kennedy and me, who remember exactly what happened, and we were on opposite sides of the issue. It wasn't just that we studied this issue and voted unanimously, because Lorraine Morton, bless her heart, did not have a vote. Unanimously, the council voted unanimously 3 times to leave this building because of the cost to continue to stay here. But the plan that we had then was based on a very hot real estate market, and we were looking for places in downtown Evanston to switch, and we wanted to do it all in one complicated procedure. That was too complicated. The recession came. the market fell apart, and we realized we had lost the opportunity because the recession had dashed our hopes of being able to do one single transaction. U.S. Equities did a thorough study, and I think it was probably about $200,000. We have it on hand. I'm not surprised that this is more expensive. U.S. Equities did not study consolidating the police and fire department along with the Civic Center. It's a very good idea. When we talk about these things as studies, I don't think many members of the council recognize how detailed this is and how much work goes into this. I wish we had another word for study, because the analysis is a cost analysis, a location analysis. What is the programming that happens from the police department, the fire department? As Councilmember Fleming said, our police department it's bursting at the seams. The building is ancient. Look at our surrounding communities. All of them have built new police and fire departments in the last 40 years. I think we should get these numbers. I think just to show the public exactly how much it would cost to stay here versus consolidating and being in a location in our downtown, which creates foot traffic that will help our downtown businesses, that does provide parking. All of these issues can be analyzed. Yes, this has free parking. We can arrange to have free parking in our downtown as well. This is what this analysis and study and I wish I had more words for it. It will be in-depth and to provide us with a lot of the facts that we can then use to decide whether to stay or go. I have already expressed my concern that we should go because this building is only becoming more and more expensive to stay in. We have the police fire headquarters problem. We are not centrally located. It's shameful. Nothing to say about the staff, that anyone who approaches this building who has mobility issues from Ridge has to get all the way around to the back of the building, and I don't know that there's even a sidewalk for them to do that.
Councilmember?
So I'm done. I think we need to move forward. We should not send this on to any other committee, and I think it's disrespectful of our staff to start questioning them on their professionalism on analyzing bids. That's what they do. That's what they're trained to do. That's what they've been doing very successfully with us for years. Thank you.
So Councilmember Kelly, you've already spoken twice, so you can't be called on a third time. But if you're prepared to make your motion, please go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm also seeking, just now, so no one would know, seeking recognition.
Okay, let's just return to Councilmember Kelly to see if she's prepared with her motion.
So again, I would actually like to refer this to AP&W. It's about the bid, and just to ensure, and we're all elected to not just be spoon-fed everything. We're here to exercise our fiduciary responsibility, to oversee our budget, and to be stewards of our tax dollars. So this is not, we of course value and appreciate staff's input, but that is, one of our roles is to ensure that we're spending our tax dollars wisely. So I would like to refer this to AP&W. If, Laura, if we could get all of the bids to look at and to fully assess at AP&W, to discuss at AP&W.
So Councilmember Kelly moves to refer SP1 to ANPW. Is there a second?
Second.
Was that Councilmember Reed?
No, Councilmember Sufferton.
Oh, sorry. So Councilmember Kelly moves to refer item SP1 to ANPW. Councilmember Sufferton seconds. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, with the
I'll give because and that's why I asked to be recognized first, because if it is referred, it'll just be gone. So I think a study or analysis, all the words that Councilmember One was looking for, makes sense. Here, I worked in the building as the city clerk for 4 years, and I certainly understand some of the struggles. So whether we're going to ultimately decide to sell the building or put in the, as Councilmember Braithwaite has highlighted, the roughly $30 million between the two buildings, I think it's we need to do this study. I don't know that I would say that we shouldn't question staff, but I think in this case, staff's analysis here makes sense, and I'm not supportive of referring it to another committee. And just for Laura, our police department, if my memory serves correct, was built in the 1920s or 30s?
It actually was built in 1949, so it's not quite as historic.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Did Mr. Cummings, did you have something you wanted to add?
I'm just trying to make sure that what's happening right now is actually in line with 1-17-1 of the city code, which is our purchasing ordinance. So if you can just give me a moment.
All right, let's wait a moment for this analysis.
I would suggest we move forward, and if there is an issue, we can come back and correct it.
Well, let's. So I think I agree with that. So I'd like the clerk to call the roll on Councilmember Kelly's motion to refer SP1 to A&PW.
Councilmember Reed?
No.
Councilmember Fleming?
Can I have some clarity? Just really. So it's the motion is to send this proposal to AP&W so that AP&W can look at the proposals, I guess, or send this item so they can look at the proposals.
Yeah, all of them, so that we can assess them, see them, and assess them for ourselves.
And when is the AP&W meeting? I'm sorry, I need a little bit of clarity here. Next week?
Well, usually they
2 weeks.
meet on council meetings, so probably 2 weeks from today.
Okay, so I can support that.
Councilmember Kelly?
Yes.
Councilmember Braithwaite?
No.
Councilmember Nguyen? Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Sheridan?
Yes.
Councilmember Ravel?
No.
With 3 voting in favor and 6 voting against, the motion fails.
Oh, no, never mind, sorry.
And with that, seeing no further speakers, would the clerk please call the roll on SP1, which has not been amended?
Councilmember Reed?
No.
Councilmember Fleming?
This is as it reads in the packet, correct? Okay,
Correct.
Thank you. No.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Braithwaite?
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sheridan?
No.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
With 5 voting in favor and 4 voting against, item SP1 passes. This brings us to the consent agenda. I have come bearing several requests. So I'm removing item A5 from the consent agenda because it did not make it out of APW. I'm removing item A21 from the consent agenda because I hope you won't override my veto. And I've been asked to remove items ED1 and R2 as well. So far, A5, A21, ED1, and R2 have been removed.
And would you remove A19, Mr. Mayor?
A19.
Thank you.
P2, please.
Sorry, I'm just, great. P2, okay. Councilmember Kelly?
So all of the TIF items, is that A9, let's see, A9, A16, and A17, and A15?
The IGA is A10.
And A10. A9, A10, did I get them all? A9, A10, A15, A16, A17?
So I heard A9, A10, A15, A16, and A17.
A11, please, Mr. Mayor.
A11.
So we amended P2 in committee. Do we need to do
It's been removed.
Been removed, okay.
I would like to.
And A17 because it requires a 2/3 vote?
It's been removed
Okay.
in any case.
It's hard to keep up with.
Yeah, there was a flurry.
A8 and A2, please.
Did you say A2 and A8?
Yes, please.
So what I have so far is A2, A5, A8, A9, A10, A11, A15, A16, A17, A19, A21, P2, ED1, and R2.
Okay, whatever you said.
All right, well, in that case, I would entertain a motion to pass the consent agenda with the exception of items A2, A5, A8, A9, A10, A11, A15, A16, A17, A19, A21, P2, ED1, and R2.
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Braithwaite moves that we pass the consent agenda except for items A2, A5, A9, A10, A11, A15, A16, A17, A19, A21, P2, ED1, R2. Councilmember Fleming seconds. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite?
Aye.
Councilmember Wen? Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
On a vote of 9-0, the consent agenda passes. Councilmember Braithwaite, would you, no, sorry, we have new chairs, don't we?
Yep.
Councilmember Burns, is that right?
Yep.
Councilmember Burns, would you like to make a motion on item A2?
Move approval of a contract with Tesca Associates for consulting services related to Evanston Skate Park, RFP 21-31.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Burns moves item A2. Councilmember Braithwaite seconds. Any discussion? Councilmember Fleming.
Yeah, I had a question about this. So I know from the memo that Tesca was going to be, not outsourcing, but working with the skate park people. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find my memo here. It's Laura Stewart. Was there a reason, or did we reach directly out to the skate park contractors themselves to let them know this bid was out versus going through Tesca and having them be a subcontractor?
So all we did is our standard procedure where we publicly advertised it in the normal publications, Demand Star and Pioneer Press, and we have a pre-proposal meeting. And so the skate park manufacturer company came to the pre-proposal meeting, as did Tesca and a number of other organizations, and they all signed an attendance form. And then we released that attendance form to everybody who showed up to the pre-proposal meeting. So they start making connections there and they build their teams there. I don't really know what communications they had otherwise.
Okay, but they were engaged. I mean, they at least came to the meeting to know that this
They
was
did.
available, because I know that they're not local, so I don't know how much they would have seen our advertisement in the Evanston Review, if that still exists. Okay,
I do think that the skate park has been big news about that it's bubbled up. So
yes, it has, and I know from several residents in my community, they have not been necessarily that excited by some of our processes. So I wanted to make sure, particularly the ones who were involved in Deerfield or wherever Spawn Ranch or whatever came from, that we at least had reached out to them, understanding they are a key manufacturer in this space in the U.S. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call, oh, sorry, Councilmember Kelly.
So I do just want to point out, I just want to reiterate, so the skate community has said over and over again that this should be a design-build contract, and I know we had 2 members on the RFP process, but I think it should just be stated that they really felt very strongly about that. And I know there's now, I just want to state it a commitment, and maybe Councilmember Burns can talk to it about I feel like there should be a subcommittee of AP&W for this skate park to make sure that we get it right, since we are not going with a design-build. Just to be engaged every step of the way, but in lieu of a subcommittee of the A&W, can either Laura or Bobby, can you reiterate here what the plan is in terms of keeping the skate community engaged?
So on our larger projects, we typically do have a strategic advisory committee that consists of 1 or 2 aldermen, but then also the stakeholder groups, which in this case would be skate park or skateboard people, potentially neighbors of the location or from the adjoining areas, and that group will meet before any public meetings. So they will sort of vet the ideas, so that the ideas that are presented to the public, all the stakeholders are on board with.
So who will form that committee, and when would that committee get formed?
Typically, staff works with the alderman of the ward to finalize the membership of that committee.
There are already quite a few residents who participated in other conversations, so hopefully they will still be reached out to. And I would just continue to make a plug for the young skaters, because speaking to some of them, they've come to meetings, but they don't always feel like as young people their voices are heard. So it'd be great to have some young skaters on the committee if time allows, if their time allows.
Absolutely.
Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on item A2?
Councilmember Reed?
No.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sheridan?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
On a vote of, I believe, 8-1, item A2 passes. This brings us to item A8. Councilmember Burns, would you like to make a motion there?
Did we skip one?
We skipped A5, which didn't make it out of APW. Yes, sir.
Resolution 91-R-21 allocating $850,000 in ARPA funding to 2021 equipment replacements.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Burns moves item A8. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Councilmember Fleming, followed by Reed.
Oh, I pulled this one off just because I wasn't supportive. I know Sean has answered a bazillion questions I've had, but I continue to be concerned about the number of vehicles that we are purchasing. Again, particularly given that half our staff are still working at home. I know these vehicles are used, but when you look at the mileage and things, it just, I would love to just, and there's not really a question to answer. I'm just giving my opinion, Sean. Continue to just see us think about this a little differently, particularly because we're looking at ARPA funding. And as I said earlier, we talked about having some more pointed discussions about ARPA funding. And this one is one that people might not be tuned into because it's not listed. We're not listing this as like an ARPA discussion.
Councilmember Reed.
2 questions. I guess, it looks like Sean has not at the podium anymore. I had questions, and forgive me, just please indulge me if it was in the packet. With this, I don't know if my questions regarding, there are a number of vehicles that are from 2017, particularly in the police department. I just had questions about why we are replacing 2017 vehicles, and I don't remember an explicit response to that.
Sure, no problem. Good morning, Mayor and members of the City Council. Sean Cholik, Facilities and Fleet Management Manager. To answer your question, So we've got a repurposing program in place. You'll see that there are 2017 vehicles that are that were being replaced, but we actually take those and we repurpose them into a less strenuous operation. It can be for community development. It can be for, something other than the police department who, we don't want to risk them having an issue with the vehicles as they're responding to something. So it's listed on there as a 2017, but a lot of times what we'll be doing is repurposing it and taking an older vehicle, maybe a 2008, 2010, 2012, and auctioning one of those off.
So is that the case with these particular vehicles?
Yes, those will all be repurposed and moved along to a different operation.
Okay. Do you happen to know where?
Not at this moment. Okay. We kind of evaluate where we're at with everything and what other, what the needs are in other operations, and then we determine a place for them, a new home.
Okay. And then this next question is likely for Kate, if she happens to be here, or anyone from the budget team. Can someone just remind us, if we vote to approve this $800 and some odd $1,000, what is our total ARPA spending for this year, for 2021? We've received $20 million in the bank of American Rescue Plan Act funds thus far. I'm sorry, 21 or 22 million to be more accurate. And what have we spent thus far, including the funds that if we support this tonight?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and Councilmember Reed. So we have received around 21.5 million this year as a part of the ARPA grants, and the City Council has adopted few projects, $3 million for waterfront parking projects for $950,000, $700,000 for guaranteed income, and if I include these $850,000, the total would be $5.5 million.
Well, I think the number is a bit higher than that. If maybe I'm incorrect, but yeah, I mean, $5.5 million is already a fourth of all of the money that we have for this year. I'm under the impression the number is a little higher, closer to 6 or 7, but you are the CFO.
Seeing no further speakers, would the clerk please call the roll on item A8?
Councilmember Reed?
Yes.
Councilmember Fleming?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Braithwaite?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sheridan?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming? Oh, sorry.
On a vote of 7-2, item A8 passes. This brings us to item A9, which is, by my count, one of 5 items related to the TIF. Councilmember Burns, I don't know if you want to combine some or all of them as was done 2 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago.
Sure. Resolution 88R-R-21, City of Evanston, commitments concerning the proposed 5/5 TIF district. I don't know. Should we combine them? Should I read all of them?
I'd almost prefer to take them individually and just stick to the top. Whatever the group decides, cool. But I think I prefer individually.
Right, yeah. Okay, so A9 has been moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Burns moves item A9. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Kelly.
So I share the concerns expressed by the many people and organizations of the city about this TIF, including my own ETHS Teachers Union, about the impact that this will have not only on our city's budget, on the residents' individual budgets, on the school budgets. We will be taking a lot of money away from our school districts and our public services with this. And I do think, we speak of putting equity at the forefront of our priorities. I feel absolutely that we should be budgeting for the Fifth Ward, for the concerns that this TIF is professing to address. I think that we should, this should be our responsibility to really scrutinize and prioritize and reallocate funds appropriately so that we meet those needs that we claim that we are so centrally focused. Again, we're going to be diverting a lot of money away from our schools and from our public services. We need to figure out how to budget for our priorities and not use a tool that has such, a long history and a pervasive history of negatively impacting communities, particularly low-income and middle-income communities. So with that, I would like to refer everything related to TIF. I think this should be referred to our Finance and Budget Committee.
So Councilmember, this time we're dealing only with item A9.
Okay.
So you can make.
Okay, so I would like to refer A9 to our Finance and Budget Committee.
Point of order, that's not the A9 is not a financial matter. It wouldn't be appropriate for A9 to go to the Finance and Budget Committee, as it's a resolution.
But it is a financial matter.
I mean,
Councilmember Reed.
I'm going to rule the motion in order.
Okay.
I understand Councilmember Reed's point, but I think one could argue both sides, and I'd rather not argue either side. So Councilmember Kelly moves to refer item A9 to the Finance and Budget Committee. Is there a second?
I can second that, but I have a question. Can I second and have a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So these all need to travel together, I'm assuming, right? Because they are dealing with the same thing? So then we would have to vote on every ordinance.
So I think so A9 is the resolution regarding our commitments.
Right.
A10 authorizes the city manager to execute the IGA. And then A15 through 17 are the three ordinances that sort of execute the TIF itself. And so there was a request to break it into three votes, A9, A10, and then the other three smoshed together.
Got it. Okay.
So Councilmember Kelly moves to refer item A9 to the Finance and Budget Committee. Councilmember Fleming seconds. Is there any discussion on the underlying on the motion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on Councilmember Kelly's motion?
Councilmember Reed?
No.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye. And by the way, it is written. I sent it to you, a long whereas statement.
Great. And thank you. It's amendments to existing things that I'm being kind of a hardliner about, because once you're changing wording in the middle, it's impossible to get things wrong. But with this, sending it to a committee, I'm comfortable just doing it verbally. Anyhow, Councilmember Kelly votes aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite?
No.
Councilmember Nguyen? No. Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Sheridan?
Yes.
3 voting in favor and 6 voting against. The motion to refer item.
Councilmember Ravel needs to vote.
Good Lord. I apologize. I'm sorry, Councilmember Ravel. My bad.
I vote no.
Thank you for your indulgence of that error. Now, with 3 members voting aye and 6 voting no, the motion to refer item A9 to the Finance and Budget Committee fails. Is there further discussion on item A9 itself? Seeing none. Councilmember Newsma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to reiterate, A9 is the resolution which is embodying our commitments as a council, the guide rails we're putting on ourselves and on future councils. And I understand that we'll be very shortly talking about the IGA. I'll reserve some comments on that for that particular item. At this point, I'd just like to express my desire that the language of our resolution and the IGA ideally should match each other and be mirror images. At the moment, they're very close, but not quite. So that leaves us with 2 courses of action, in my opinion, on our resolution 88R21. We could pass it now and come back to it later with some minor amendments, or we could hold off on passing 88R21 at the moment, come back once it's perfected. I am proposing the first course of action because our resolution goes beyond what's included in the IGA. Our resolution includes our commitment to the Citizens Advisory Committee, which I think is a very important part of the guide rails we're putting on ourselves. So I intend to vote in favor of 88R21 tonight, and then come back when it's appropriate with some minor changes to bring it in full alignment with the IGA. I think in the best interest of transparency for 15, 16 years down the line, to have two documents, to have two documents that aren't quite identical would be confusing, and it's in everyone's best interest if they match each other exactly.
Councilmember Braithwaite.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I'm also going to be supporting this, but I've said consistently that having voted on a number of these, this is the first time that I've seen where our city and the District 65 have come up with a document, keeping in mind that District 65 nor 202 votes on any of these budget items, as this is an economic development tool. So I will Newsman, look forward to see whatever you come up with, but just something to keep in mind as a matter of precedence, that we do not do these intergovernmental agreements, particularly when it comes to budget items and forecasting long-term budget, is just my comment. Thank you.
Seeking recognition.
Go ahead, Councilmember Reed.
Yeah, this isn't what I was going to say, but this is not the IGA that we're voting on now. This is the resolution. And so, given that it's the resolution, I actually want to commend my colleague from the 5th Ward who led on this resolution, which puts constraints in place that are unlike any other TIF that we have in this city, particularly with the TIF advisory panel that will have a say in how these TIF dollars are spent. I would actually like someone from either the law department or Councilmember Burns himself to discuss that portion of it, because I think that's what really is, a key piece of transparency. It will give folks, my understanding of it, will give folks another opportunity, or it'll give folks several opportunities whenever there's an expenditure from this TIF, an opportunity to weigh in both at that advisory board level and then when it ultimately comes to council.
Yeah, so a 7-member advisory committee, which is similar somewhat to Chicago and Maine. I believe Chicago and Maine TIF had an advisory committee for a time. This one is structured a bit different in that and maybe the Chicago Maine TIF was structured similarly, but 3 of the members will be required to live within the TIF boundary, 1 out of the TIF boundary. A member from the Hill Arts Association, which is a business organization in the ward, 1 from SEBA, which is another business organization, and then whoever the 5th Ward council member is at the time of the meeting, and then some ex officio non-voting members, housing coordinator and economic development manager for the city, whomever that is at the time. And as the council member said, reviewing TIF expenditures as well as coming up with the home repair guidelines and also the business improvement guidelines, the grant program to determine how we're to allocate those funds. So, thank you.
And then also, and this resolution would lock that in perpetuity, so it could not, this board, other than, of course, another council changing the resolution, which could always happen. Just with the language of this resolution, it would lock us in to having that board, correct?
Mr. Clemens?
Give me 1 second. I was reviewing the statute regarding creating this actual commission and the staggered requirements of the members, because I thought that I was going to get a question on that from Councilmember Reed. But I'm going to pull up the resolution now to see the language. Give me 1 second.
And then, as you're looking that up, I think, for folks who have concerns about the TIF. I know Alderman Nusma is going to bring this back up for to create some continuity between the IGA, which is also a good thing, and this. I think if you want to get some commitments and your goal is to actually make sure that this is a good tool, this IGA is, or I'm sorry, mixing up words now. This resolution that binds the council is the place to do that. And so I hope we can get together between before the next time this comes up and work in, any further improvements that, we come up with later.
Thank you. Mr. Cummings.
So the language in the resolution, neither the language in the resolution nor the language in the state law puts any sort of constraints on the term of the advisory committee or the commission. So it could be in existence for the entirety of the TIF, which is 23 years.
Well, so then if it's not clear that it has to be in existence for the entirety of the TIF, that is a motion that I would like, an amendment that I would like to make. If I have to put that in writing, I'll send an email now. But certainly I'd like the language to be clear that this advisory board will exist for the life of the TIF.
So are you saying, Mr. Cummings, that that's not clear in the resolution?
There's no term limit spelled out in the resolution, so it could be there for the entirety of the 23 years. It does not say that explicitly that it shall be in existence for the entirety of the TIF in perpetuity, but it also doesn't say that it's only going to be for the first 5 years or anything like that. So, based upon the way that it's drafted, once the mayor appoints the 7-member advisory committee, that committee would exist as long as the TIF would exist.
Well, so then in that case, if it's not clear that it is mandated to exist for the life of the term, I would like to make that amendment to the resolution to ensure that this board exists for the life of the TIF. So, Council Cummings, is there language that you would recommend that I send to you and Mayor Biss in this moment? It sounds like it's a simple sentence that whatever this board is called shall exist for the life of the TIF. Seems like the language.
If you wanted to amend the first sentence of Section 9 that starts with upon adoption of the 5/5 TIF, the mayor will appoint a 7-member TIF advisory committee that shall exist as long as the TIF exists. And I say that because state law allows, if the city
allows
chooses,
for an extension, yes.
Or even termination of the TIF.
Or right, correct. Shall exist. I'm sorry. As long as the TIF exists. And what was the language they used?
For as long as the TIF exists.
Okay, and that's section what, 9 point?
It's just section 9 of the of 88R21.
Second sentence.
Okay, so I'm sorry, 9 point what?
It's on page 243 of the packet.
Well, I mean, I'm sending this to you all, so it's for my motion. So. All right. So it seems like it's very clear what the motion is. So I make that motion as I guess I'm asking for a second.
All right. So while you're putting that into writing, because the clerk is also a bit confused about what exactly you mean. So we would like to see it in writing. While you do that, Councilmember Nusma has, I think, 2 minutes left.
I was going to suggest perhaps working this amendment into the other forthcoming minor tweaks to the language to reconcile it with the IGA, if Councilmember Reed would be comfortable with that.
So I can talk to you separately about trying to amend A10 since it's not up right now, but that's something totally different because that was a negotiated.
So the idea is to revise the resolution to match the IGA, since the IGA is fresher, newer, and negotiated with a third party.
So I gather from the silence, Councilmember Reed, you've declined Councilmember Newsom's suggestion and are working on the amendment. Is that right?
Yes, I'm sorry. I blanked out there and did not realize that was an active question. Yeah, no, I think this is important to be in the language up front, and this is important for my support of this. I think that's a key part of it. So I think it's a minor change, and I've just sent it off. It's inserting a sentence that just ensures that this advisory board will exist as long as the TIF exists.
Second.
Mr. Cummings?
I just wanted to inform the council as to the interplay between A9 and 10. A9 was the city's original plan to try and, again, make commitments to how TIF dollars were spent. We were informed that District 65 would not support the TIF absent an intergovernmental agreement, and so A10 has now been negotiated, is on the agenda. We have an agreement. The original intent, at least in going to the table to negotiate, was that we would not need A9, and so it's fine that it's being amended and it's going to get a vote, but A9 was there in lieu of A10 and vice versa. So I just wanted to make sure that the city council was clear as to the interplay between the two agenda items.
Thank you. Councilmember Reed moves to amend A9 to add the words that shall exist as long as the TIF exists in the appropriate section regarding the appointment of the advisory board. Councilmember Burns seconds. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
I like the principle, but I'm a no to the vote, so.
Councilmember Kelly?
Nope.
Councilmember Braithwaite? Councilmember Nguyen? Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
No.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
On a vote of 6-3, the motion passes and A9 is amended. Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk now please call the roll on the amended A9, which has had the words that shall exist as long as the TIF exists added to it?
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Braithwaite? Councilmember Nguyen? Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
No.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 3 voting opposed, item A9 as amended has passed. Councilmember Burns, would you like to make a motion on item A10?
A10, Resolution 120-R-21, authorizing the interim city manager to execute an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Evanston and Evanston Skokie School District number 65 regarding the 5/5 tax incremental finance district.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second.
Councilmember Burns moves item A10. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please, Councilmember Newsma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what we're talking about here is the IGA, which was negotiated between the city and District 65. And this is, I'm happy we have arrived fact that I have some serious reservations about what's included and the appropriateness. I think ideally we wouldn't need these suspenders because we already built ourselves the belt in the resolution. But we did agree to negotiate in good faith with the school district, and for that reason I will be voting to support the IGA. Knowing that the IGA is a fresher document and came through this negotiated process, referring back to the previous item, I do think we should go back and revise the resolution so it matches to avoid any confusion moving forward. But I thank the members of the District 65 board, many of whom I spoke to myself, for participating in this discussion and lending their support to the TIF.
Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please?
I'd like to, sorry.
Yep, Councilmember, go ahead.
So I am in full support of the IGA. I, again, want to commend the work of the district, of Council Cummings, of Councilmember Burns, particularly Councilmember Burns for opening up this opportunity again. We had, a TIF advisory board meeting, and this was a further opportunity. I do think what's great about this is, I think this is, the metaphor of a belt and suspenders was used. I think this is suspenders with like a lock on them, rather than just a belt that can be removed at any time. Because what I think is great about the IGA is that it gives another unit of government the ability to ensure that with funds that would be going traditionally to them, right, 30 some odd % would be going to 65, 70% between the two school districts. It gives another unit of government the ability to hold any future council accountable to living up to the expectations of this TIF. And so the resolution could just be changed at a single, without two readings, with a single reading by any future council. This IGA cannot be changed in the same regard. And so I think this IGA is a wonderful thing that helps ensure that the TIF is, lives up to the ideals and the goals that we set. And it gives again, like I said, another unit of government that has the resources, right, to hold us accountable, that ability to create safeguards, creating two units of government that voters can hold accountable to ensuring that this TIF is successful. So thank you, everyone involved in putting this IGA together, and that's why I was supportive last meeting of holding off on the final vote until this IGA was hammered out, because I think it's extremely important. So thank you.
Thank you. Now, seeing no further speakers, would the clerk please call the roll on item A10?
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? No. Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sheridan?
No.
Councilmember Ravel?
No.
With 5 voting in favor and 4 voting against, item A10 passes. Next on the numerical list is item A11, but quite frankly, I would suggest perhaps Councilmember Burns, you might want to make the motion on A15 through 17 now, since we're in the midst of the TIF discussion.
815, ordinance 650-21, approving a tax increment redevelopment plan and project for the 5/5 project area, TIF number 9. A16, ordinance 66021, designating the 5/5 redevelopment project area pursuant to the Tax Increment Allocation Redevelopment Act. A17, ordinance 67021, adopting tax increment allocation financing for the 5/5 redevelopment project area. It's been moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Burns moves items A15, 16, and 17, and Councilmember Reed seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Kelly.
Let's see, can you talk about the source of, like, for over the first 5 years, can you give us an idea as to what will be the source of revenue?
I'm going to ask Economic Development Manager Paul Zalmazak, if you're on. Paul?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Paul Zalmazak. I serve as Evanston's Economic Development Manager. I also have our consultant available for additional support. I believe Councilmember Kelly asked what would the source of funding be for the first 5 years, if I'm not mistaken. It really is going to be driven by frankly, the property at 1815 Ridge. That property is going to be an economic engine for the west side of the tracks. And then we'll also just have kind of that regular incremental or the triennial reassessments that occur. We're scheduled for a 2022 triennial that will start collecting in 2023. So those are the there's inflation, there's a triennial, and then there's that first assessment of the 1815 Ridge project.
So, can I ask a follow-up question? So what are your projections for the first 5 years, Paul, for the TIF, like ballpark projections?
Yeah, I don't have that in front of me. I'll ask our consultant to pull that forward if that's something that they have available at the moment. Ms. Cupola, are you on?
Yeah, give me 1 second and I'll take a look at that.
Thank you. I'm sorry I don't have that at my fingertips, Councilmember Kelly.
I guess it's important to know what your projections are and to be able to compare that to, because as I wanted to refer to the finance and budget to see if we could actually meet, it would be about $4 million a year if we were to look at your estimated 90 million over 23 years or 89, to be able to compare what your projections are to what maybe we could do as a council if we were able to tighten our belt and budget accordingly for the Fifth Ward. So I hope we can get those numbers.
Right, as Ms. Coppola is looking that up, the first 5 to 8 years typically are slower growth, and then over time, as development occurs and as values, whether it's through triennial or property value increases, that's when you start to see greater increment. But I'll let Ms. Coppola respond when she's ready.
It's in there in a bunch of places.
Ms. Coppola, you're muted if you are responding.
So, before any school tuition payments that would have to be made pursuant to the Act, in the year 2025, assuming now this is based on a set of very academic assumptions in order to get to some kind of projections. Nobody has a crystal ball, so but we're estimating in the area of about $850,000 before well, cumulatively, it would be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, about $1.5 million by 2025, before any school contributions. If we assume that the city would have to pay out the maximum school and library district contributions of 40% of TIF proceeds, after that, there would be about 900,000 cumulative in the year 2025, based on, again, these academic assumptions that we've made in preparing these projections.
I'm sorry. So 900,000 total in the TIF fund by 2025?
Right, based on a certain set of assumptions, yes.
Right, okay. And
that roughly, yes, that's rounded. Mm-hmm.
And how much, if it were without the property on Ridge, how much of that does the property on Ridge, the large, massive building on Ridge represent?
Bear with me.
It's already been developed.
So we are estimating that by the 5th year, the Ridge property alone could, hold on.
I thought we estimated approximately 15%. We could use round numbers, so 15% of that.
Yeah, I think it was more like 12%, Paul, but in 2025, we would be looking at after school and library payments about 275, 375, about 400,000 of it.
Okay, so 400,000 of that by 2025 is coming from the building on Ridge. And how about the Civic Center? How and when does that figure into your projections?
let's just estimate that has potential of being something like 8%. Again, it's hard to crystal ball it, and it depends on what you do at the Civic Center, right? If you obviously, if we leave it as is, nothing changes, it's zero. If we convert the building to, let's say 60 units of some kind of housing, because we want to save the building, just based on its square footage, it roughly becomes 8% of the total TIF increment, so the TIF budget.
Okay, so no, that's my question. Out of the projections that you were giving of 89, I think it was million, so the Civic Center is actually 8% of that?
Isn't our total budget somewhere in the range of 70 million,
The total for the life of the TIF projections is about 77 million before school contributions.
Okay.
That's over the entire 23-year term. And again, that's based on, fairly, very academic assumptions about what projects might be undertaken over those 23 years.
And can you talk a little bit about bonding and how you're foreseeing issuing bonds in upcoming years for the TIF?
I'll take it from here. Thank you. Councilmember Kelly, there's no prediction of how we'll bond for using the TIF at this time, because we haven't defined a set of infrastructure projects that would drive that. I think that's kind of the next, as we implement, if the TIF is approved this evening and we implement the advisory committee, that particular group will go through a set of plans and figure out, along with Laura Biggs, and how the CIP ties into this, and then you plan it that way. But there isn't we're not planning to bond today because we don't have a specific project lined up for bonding.
Thank you.
Is that the end of your? So I lost track of the is that conversation
Yeah,
finished?
no, I mean, that's very, so 900,000, I think that's really significant, that's what we're talking about by the year 2025. I think by then, we could certainly budget that in, and we could certainly then budget in a larger amount to create a Fifth Ward fund in our budget. And if we're genuinely committed to the Fifth Ward and to the causes that we say we are, then that's what we should do. Not a TIF, not with the bad history it has, the controversy around it, the historically negative impact on communities that nobody can deny. So thank you very much. That's helpful.
The next speaker is Councilmember Suffredin.
I can also place myself on the
questions, please.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I'd like to call a question.
Councilmember Suffredin moves to call the question. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Suffredin moves to call the question. Councilmember Fleming seconds. Would the clerk call the roll on the motion to call the question, which I believe requires 6 votes?
Councilmember Reed?
No.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Braithwaite?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
On a vote of 7 voting in favor, 2 voting against, the motion to call the question passes. And so now, with no further debate, would the clerk please call the roll?
I'm sorry. I'd like to make a motion to reconsider. I'm going to have to vote no. If we're not going to talk about the TIF, I'm going to have to vote no. So I'm going to have to make a motion to reconsider that vote.
You can't.
I don't think a motion to call the question is reconsiderable. According to our rules, if a motion to call the question is carried, all further motions in debate shall be excluded, and the question before the council shall then be put.
Yes.
So
Does it need to be unanimous? Just to make
it's
sure we're doing it
2/3.
right.
It needs 6 to vote in favor, 7 voted in favor, so the motion carried. And so now, with no further debate, you have to vote on the underlying motion, which is a 15, 16, and 17.
Councilmember Reed?
No.
Councilmember Fleming?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
That's crazy.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Sorry. Councilmember Braithwaite?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin?
No.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
On a vote of 5 voting in favor and 4 voting against, items A15, A16, and A17 pass. Councilmember Burns, would you like to make a motion on item A11?
I'm sorry, you said A11?
Yes, that's right.
Ordinance 95-021 authorizing city manager to execute a sale contract for city-owned real property located at 2022 through 2026 Central Street.
I'll second.
Councilmember Burns moves item A11. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Reed?
Yes.
Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite. Councilmember Nguyen. Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sheridan.
No.
Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
On a vote of 8 voting in favor and 1 voting against, item A11 passes. And that brings us to item A19. Councilmember Burns, would you like to make a motion there? Sorry, A19.
Ordinance 106-021, amending Title 10, Chapter 11, Section 10, limited parking, lakefront parking.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Burns moves item A19. Councilmember Fleming seconds. Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to make an amendment to this. As we heard in some of the public comment, the 500 through 800 blocks of Sheridan Road are included in this, and Director Rivera is here to confirm this. The 500 through 800 blocks of Sheridan Road are, unlike every other portion of this, of the parts of the lakefront that are part of this ordinance, are not on the lakefront. And in fact, the 500 block of Sheridan Road is very dense with multifamily housing on both the east and west side. The 500 block just west of that, Michigan Avenue, is also very dense with overwhelmingly multifamily houses. And the concerns that I have are, one, this is entirely residential. It's not on the lakefront like every other section of that's described in this ordinance. And because of the density in the 500 block of Sheridan Road, many people actually can't park on their own block, but they already do park in the neighborhoods nearby. And as a number of the folks who got on to this call described, anyone who comes to visit for them, any guests they have, any tradesperson they have, anyone who works in the home, either as a caregiver or a child caregiver, will then be having to pay for parking. And this is not really going to achieve us much in terms of revenue along our lakefront. Already, Sheridan Square, which is 1 block east along South Boulevard Beach and Garden Park, has 75 paid parking spaces on it right now. So we do have turnover there, and we have more than 100 places to park actually on Sheridan Square right now. So I would like to move to remove the 500 to 800 blocks of Sheridan Road from this ordinance. And I apologize, Mr. Mayor, I have not written that up.
So there's a motion in writing on the way from Councilmember Nguyen, which will be seconded by Councilmember Ravel. We'll just wait a moment.
So can I ask a quick question in the meantime?
Please. Yeah.
Does that, how would that impact the projected revenue, given the fact that it is, as Councilmember Nguyen explained, a residential area?
Sure. Good evening, members of the City Council. Mike Rivera, Parking Manager, City of Evanston. The areas that she described are 100% residential.
Okay.
The 500 block does have an array of multifamily apartment buildings,
Okay.
and 6 through 800 Sheridan Road are predominantly single-family homes.
Right.
It's approximately 58 to 65 parking spaces in that area, and the nearest beach would be South Boulevard Beach. And if you park on an 800 block, we're talking almost a 3-block walk. So it wouldn't adversely affect the revenues that much.
Right.
And since it is in a primarily residential area, I think we would still be fine omitting those areas if that's what she wishes.
Thank you. Critical for everyone to hear when they consider the vote. Thank you.
I also wanted to just point out that these blocks are already very densely parked, so there really isn't much room on them for anyone to find an open parking space if they wanted to go to the beach. and we're unable to find them among the 75 spaces on Sheridan Square.
So a few things. First of all, the motion has arrived. It's a motion as indicated verbally to remove the 500 through 800 blocks of Sheridan Road from Ordinance 106-0-21. It has been moved by Councilmember Nguyen and seconded by Councilmember Revelle. I think we're going to hear from Councilmember Burns in a moment. First, I think Mr. Cummings wanted to.
I just wanted to make clear that we were just removing the final portion of the schedule that's in the ordinance. So when I go to amend it and send it to the clerk Mendoza, that it actually looks right. That's all.
Got it. Thank you. Councilmember Burns.
Yeah, I think in an initial discussion about this, this was brought up, and I had concerns. I had folks reach out and had concerns about this area because it's, there are homes and apartments during certain stretches of it. We may have even talked about it. I think we, did a little Google map thing, and we're trying to figure out exactly who would be impacted and what the consequences could be. I am going to support the amendment and would love to see how we could, address the concerns. One idea could be residential permit parking in the area. Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe it's a bad idea. But because we don't have anything to address the issue right now, I'm going to support the amendment. Thank you.
Next is Councilmember Sheridan.
And, Mr. Rivera, why was it included in the first place?
It was included because we felt that it was in proximity to the lakefront and the beaches. That's why we included it. But the nearest beach, like as I just stated, it's if you're parking on the 800 block, the nearest beach would be South Boulevard Beach, and it's almost a 3-block walk from that point.
Okay, I'm gonna stick with your original assessment. I don't think we should question staff. So I think you were right the first time, Mike.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fleming.
That was pretty funny. I do have a question, Mr. Rivera. So around the city, and this maybe also applies, I'm not sure how you use it, for the CTA stops. How far around those, high usage spaces do we usually either make it residential only or restrict it to time so that we don't have people parking there in those free spaces in residential areas and then walking either to the beach or, to the train stops? Do we usually go out 3 blocks or do we usually do closer?
No, well, there's not a rule that we currently utilize. So it generally, it depends on the data that we're seeing out there. So as we bring on blocks for paid parking or as new attractions arrive in an area, then we monitor the data and then we appropriately manage the blocks either by adding 2-hour free parking. Residents may opt, if it's residential blocks, residents may opt for residential parking districts to be established, and then we can work with the residents to do that. Or in other areas, we also offer 3-hour limited parking as well.
All right, so for the beaches, and just give me a range. Do we usually go 2 blocks out, 3 blocks out, 4 blocks out?
Well, for example, just west of Clark Street Beach, the first block west, which is like Forest and Judson and Hidman, they immediately start to have residential parking districts already established.
So that's 1 block over.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So 3 blocks over
Yeah.
would be restricted.
Absolutely, but that isn't something that my office would arbitrarily establish. That's something that the residents would petition and ask of our parking services department to initiate on their blocks.
Okay, thanks.
May I follow up, because I couldn't quite hear you, Mr. Rivera? The immediately west of Clark Square Park, those forests, and they don't have any parking restrictions.
No, they immediately they have residential parking districts already established. Some neighborhoods, some of those blocks already have parking districts already established, and there as well as 2-hour free limited parking.
Not west of Clark Square Park, not south of Main.
No, not Clark. I'm sorry, not Clark Street Beach, not Clark Square
I'm sorry,
Park.
Clark Street Beach. Okay,
yes,
because,
ma'am.
well, south of Main, there are no parking restrictions.
No, I referenced Clark Street Beach too.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Councilmember
I misheard you through the mask.
Sure,
Thank you.
sorry.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll on the amendment to remove those blocks of Sheridan Road from item A19?
Councilmember Reed?
No.
Councilmember Fleming?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns,
Aye.
Councilmember Sheridan,
No.
Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion to amend item A19 carries. Seeing no further discussion.
If I can.
Go ahead, Councilmember Reid.
The original thing. I just want to thank you, Mike, for bringing this forward. While I didn't vote for the amendment, I do believe finding a solution. I was earlier thinking about something very similar to what Councilmember Burns mentioned, which was creating residential parking in the area that was just removed. And so I'd love to look at that in the future and have that come before the council. Then just lastly, I think this is a great source of revenue as we're moving into the budget season.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please call the roll on item A19, which has now been amended by removing the 500 through 800 blocks of Sheridan Road?
Councilmember Reid,
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
What, sorry?
Sorry, aye.
Councilmember Kelly,
No.
Councilmember Braithwaite,
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen, Councilmember Newsma,
Aye.
Councilmember Burns,
Aye.
Councilmember Sheridan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel.
No.
With 6 voting in favor and none voting against, item A19 as amended has now been passed. This brings us to item A21. We had a discussion a few weeks ago about an ordinance to amend the Civil Service Commission rules. I want to again thank Councilmember Reid, who brought some questions about that ordinance forth, and thank you to Mr. Cummings for digging into that further after a discussion and deducing that that proposed change was in fact not consistent with state law. Because of that, I declined to sign it. That me declining to sign it triggers it being on the agenda. Anyone here can make a motion to override that veto. I would respectfully request that you not do that, because I think we shouldn't break state law. But now would be the moment if someone would like to override that veto to make such a motion. Thank you. Seeing none, we move forward to item P2 and Councilmember Braithwaite.
Before we move on to the AP&W agenda, I'd like to move to reconsider item A10. I made a mistake in my vote, and I want to switch my vote on item A10.
Councilmember Braithwaite makes a motion to reconsider the vote on item A10. Is there a second? Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Is there any discussion? Sorry, is there any discussion on the motion to reconsider?
Yes.
Councilmember Reid, go ahead.
I think it's extremely important that we support this IGA and keep this in place. To put strong protections in place for the voters in the future. I would hope that someone who voted no previously would vote yes, since it seems like the vote's going to change now.
Thank you. So would the clerk call the roll? And just to be clear, this is on the motion to reconsider the vote of item A10. So if you vote yes, then we can vote again on item A10. If you vote no, then the original vote stands.
Councilmember Reid,
No.
Councilmember Fleming,
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly,
No.
Councilmember Braithwaite,
Yes.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilmember Newsma,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
No.
Councilmember Sheridan,
Yes.
Councilmember Ravel,
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion to reconsider carries. And so now we have the opportunity to vote once again on item A10. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Reed,
Aye, I vote to support the IGA.
Councilmember Fleming,
No.
Councilmember Kelly,
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite,
No.
Councilmember Nguyen, Councilmember Newsma,
Aye.
Councilmember Burns,
Aye.
Councilmember Sheridan,
No.
Councilmember Ravel.
No.
With 4 voting in favor and 5 voting against, item A10 fails. That brings us to item P2. I believe Councilmember Ravel is the new chair of P&D, is that correct?
That's right, yeah.
Would you like to make a motion, Councilmember?
Sure. I move introduction of ordinance 116-0-21, amending the City of Evanston's leaf blower policy, removing it from the noise ordinance in Title 9 of the City Code and placing it under Title 8, Health and Sanitation.
Second?
And this was amended in the committee to amend one of the 3 listed exceptions. So instead of golf greens, it would say in-play area on the golf course.
And this is the motion that Councilmember Newsma
Right.
emailed earlier?
Yes, right.
And just forgive me as a newish mayor, although the amendment passed in committee, we
Right.
vote again here to amend, or no?
No, it's just
Oh, just for information.
Yeah, for
Understood.
information,
Okay.
right, yeah.
So Councilmember Ravel moves P2 as amended earlier today, and Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Fleming.
Yeah, can you just explain to me again what the amendment is? I know it already passed, but just for clarity.
The original document said one of the 3 exceptions to.
Eleanor,
the-
can you go closer to your mic?
I'm sorry. The proposed ordinance included 3 exceptions from the new regulations, and one of them was for golf greens, and we amended that to say in-play area on golf courses because the area that needed to be exempt was a bigger area than just the super manicured golf.
And does that have to do with them being able to use the time in which they can use the mower, or that they will be exempt from using the electric, from having to use electric?
After April 2023, they would continue to be able to use their Buffalo blower.
Their gas blower?
Yes.
On the golf green, on the golf course? And
right.
why did we
It just-
decide that that was necessary?
Because it's quite a large area.
Okay, so that brings me to my next question,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm not in the committee. At one point, this was written so that the city of Evanston would not have to comply.
No, the city is complying.
After 2023, we would have to also be.
Right, yes, for the most part. So all of our parklands would be subject to the ordinance, but the only exception would be our baseball fields and artificial turf fields. They need special.
All right, so based on my comment last week about the trees, you can probably imagine how I feel about leaves. However, what I will say, being married to a golfer, is I think it's a bit absurd that we're going to allow golf courses, even though we only have the one, to not comply, but we're going to make citizens and for-profits and everyone else comply. I mean, golf traditionally is a very affluent sport, and so it's not that they do not have money for the electric blowers, and And I know there's been all kind of comments that I haven't been involved in terms of electric, and I think Greenwise or whoever came and said they need the gas power because it allows them to go faster and so on and so forth. But the fact that, we would make an exception for a golf course, a leisurely sport that is not necessary versus people who are, again, I don't really have a dog in this race or whatever you call it, but, the lawn companies who are trying to make a living, who have told us that either for cost or for time's sake or whatever, it's a little bit difficult for them to transition to electric blowers, I think has sealed my vote on this situation.
Well, just to clarify a little bit, because I think we've all been kind of learning a lot about what it takes to maintain a golf course. What they use for this big area are what they call buffalo blowers, and right now there is no such thing as an electric
Buffalo blower.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Okay, again, I'm going to tell you that I am married to a golfer, someone who works in the golf industry. I am not a golf architect, but golf is a leisure sport for rich people, for the most part. I am stereotyping here, but for the most part. And so the fact that we are allowing people who have the means to upgrade equipment and such to be exempt for this so that the course is free of leaves, I think is a little absurd.
Right, well.
That's just my opinion.
Sure, right, okay.
Councilmember Nusma.
Councilmember Fleming, I tend to agree with you. I will point out, however, that it's my understanding that Canal Shores is already using electric leaf blowers wherever they can, and it's just for the vast expanses where it's not practically possible, given the technology, which is the same reason we are exempting the baseball fields, artificial turf fields, and the other exemption there. And someone from Canal Shores spoke at ANPW, or I guess P&D rather, and assured us that when the technology is available, they will switch to electric as soon as they can.
And would that not be the same case for our city staff who are doing, not the Canal Shores, Lord, the place along the canal, right? We pay a staff, we pay clean slate, which is allowing people employment opportunities to do that parkland, right? There's other vast spaces of greens in the city, not just the golf course.
I think the city, I shouldn't be speaking for Greenways, but as I understand it, they use a lawnmower and mulch the leaves as they're going over the grass, but that's apparently not an option for the golf course because it needs to be cleaner for golfers.
All right, Councilmember Nusma, are you? Councilmember Kelly.
So
I'd like to also add myself to the list.
Oh, go ahead.
After Councilmember Kelly.
So could this be amended? I just want to say that one would have to apply for a special use if to the environmental board or something like that. So this would apply to everybody across the board, including golfers. And if there was an exception to be made, just like anything else we have with regard to our ordinances, there would have to be an application before, say, the environmental board. I just would love some feedback on that idea. I'm just thinking because things might come up, not only the golfers, and that might get voted down by the environmental board and not referred, not recommended, but I'm just thinking there's the golf courses, there might be something else that might come up that's not included as the exceptions that we could have a clause rather than listing those who are exempt of this. Nobody's exempt, and, you could have the option to apply for, I don't know if it'd be special use or an exception or exemption for a given date before the environmental board and then they would recommend.
So I think Councilmember Revelle wants to respond to that question.
Well, I guess I would just say, since we know for sure that there are these 3 identified exceptions, rather than stop and, create a whole new special exemption process, I think we may very well hear from another entity that says, woe is us and we need to be exempt as well, but I'd rather amend the leaf blower policy if there are indeed additional entities. I mean, Northwestern is going all electric, so, I mean, I think most of our properties are going to be able to comply. And they have till 2023 to get ready for it.
But I just think that if we start listing those entities that don't have to abide by it, that this could be problematic, whereas if we had a clause.
The Wilmette leaf blower ordinance has 3 exemptions, which are comparable. The golf courses, public, all their city parks, and I can't remember what the third one is. So generally speaking, municipalities aren't needing to make tons of exceptions, I think.
All right, the next 3 speakers are council members Reed, Burns, and Nguyen.
Thank you. I want to echo concerns from the last 2 council members that spoke, particularly Councilmember Fleming. I believe I voted no in committee for this amendment. I do not think that we should be exempting the golf course. I think we should, include the golf course. I'm glad, and I commend everyone who worked on this, particularly the council member who led on it, Councilmember Revelle, for getting the city in there, because that was not in the original version, so I'm highly appreciative of that. But I do think, again, for similar reasons raised by Councilmember Fleming, that the golf course should be included in this ordinance and not exempted.
Councilmember Burns.
I just want to make sure I understand this. So the difference seems to be, again, larger, expansive areas where there's no structure with electricity that you can plug into, which is a very narrow, only impacts a few people, a few organizations, I would imagine, in Evanston. So I just want to say out loud, like, my read of it. Again, we're talking about long fairways where there is no structure at all in the area that they can plug into, and my understanding is that the battery pack strong enough or more powerful enough to disperse the leaves and branches has not been created yet. That was my understanding, and if that second part especially is wrong, I'd love to be corrected. Also, just want to make sure that this isn't Pebble Beach. Like, this is, I'm pretty sure this is
good point.
A golf course with a lot of public benefits. I know that's how it's been described to me. I've never golfed it. I've golfed other areas, but let's take it easy here on this is for rich folks. There's a lot of folks in Evanston that are able to access this golf court and not other more exclusive and more expensive golf clubs. So just want to be real there. Thank you.
This is not Pebble Beach. You are correct. You are correct.
Councilmember Nguyen, followed by Suffredin.
I just wanted, as a member of this working group, I just wanted to point out a couple of things. We did, this working group includes members of the Environment Board on this, who were part of the entire discussion on this. And Councilmember Burns, I agree with you. I am not a golfer, have never golfed. What we heard from Canal Shores is this is not the whole golf course. This is just what they call the playing area. They are an Audubon certified golf course, so the areas where I guess you're not supposed to hit the ball, they just use regular mowers. They're committed to converting entirely to electric. They already did it without any ordinance from the city. And there are only three exceptions in here. That portion of the playing area of golf courses, city baseball fields, and artificial turf. And we really don't have a lot of that. And then, those are the three, correct?
That's
it.
Street crack.
Oh, and construction
and
projects involving paving, repair, and patching of public streets, which we do want to be clear of things like that. So really, in terms of lawn equipment, we're only making two exceptions, one for Canal Shores, the playing area, and two for turf and baseball fields. The city is requiring itself to be included in this. So, and we have a commitment from Canal Shores. So we don't really have nearly the exemptions, for instance, of Wilmette. And we recognize that we are going to continue to work on this because we need to educate people so that we don't even have to write tickets, that everybody comes into compliance on this. And I do recognize that we've given time. I mean, this is both a, this is, as we've all heard, this is a worker safety issue. I think among all of the issues, I think the worker safety issue is really key, and we shouldn't forget that. Anyone who uses this type of motor on their back for any period of time is deafening themselves, and they're all breathing all of the fumes. So the extent that we can eliminate that type of work in Evanston, I want to. So this is, I think this is a good working start on this, and clearly we have more to do. Thank you.
Councilmember Sheridan.
Yeah, just a quick, I appreciate the points that were made by my colleagues. I'd just like to remind everybody we have a strong financial municipal interest in the viability of Canal Shores. If that golf course doesn't survive, we are responsible for the maintenance of that land. So I think this is a reasonable accommodation that will extend the season there, and it's something that we should support.
So no one else who has spoken once would like to speak a second time. Sorry. I'm really batting 1,000 tonight. No one else who hasn't yet spoken is requesting to speak. So we'll turn now to those requesting to speak a second time, beginning with Councilmember Fleming, who has 2 minutes and 15 seconds left.
I don't need all that.
And
So
if I can throw my name on the list as well.
I will support this because my residents care about it. This is what you do when you're elected official. I still stick by my comments as about the golfers because I'm married to one. But also my other comment and concern, and maybe I'll just ask Eleanor if you can reach out to Clean Slate, whose contract we just renewed like a few days ago, and I don't know what the communication plan is, but for anybody who pays attention, they do the cutting, if I'm remembering correctly, along the canal. So that's a lot of, and I know they don't have to blow that, but I don't know what they use because I'm not out there. But their whole mission is to employ formerly incarcerated, which we don't do very well as a city. So it's the one place in which we do put our money into that population. And so I would just hope that we make sure they know of these new rules. That is an expansive area, so maybe they will say they need a waiver too. I'm not saying that they do, but I would hope that we reach out to them and we don't lose their contract because we put them in a place where they cannot, continue their service based on an ordinance we put in.
Next is Councilmember Kelly, who has 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
A couple of questions on the penalties. It says any person who uses a leaf blower or permits the private or commercial use of a leaf blower on their property. So, because it looks like in that both the land care provider could be ticketed as well as the owner, so both would get fined. I mean, I guess I really want to see the fines levied against the homeowners. Because I think we've all heard about confrontations between lawn care folks and residents, and to avoid all that, I don't know how the wording could be amended, but so that it prioritizes the fines to the homeowners when possible, and not the lawn care folks.
So that language is in our current policy. The reason it's underlined is because we're moving the whole thing from one section of the code to another section of the code. So we've already long been able to either ticket the homeowner or the landscape contractor. And so what we're going to be doing in the coming months is working on our approach to enforcement, because we need to have a fair and effective enforcement method, and clarify. We need to do a lot of community education, for example, to homeowners to say, talk to your landscape contractor, encourage them to, or ask them to take care of your property with electric equipment, because the homeowner, don't want to get a ticket. So we need to do some education before we start writing a bunch of tickets either way.
Great. And then, so just the same way that this is, the penalties are listed here, would we also then have, so for example, I know there's been a lot of talk about how this would be best if moved to the traffic Traffic Department for ticketing, would this be included in the code? Which department is ticketing?
No, I think we're thinking the enforcement doesn't have to be in the ordinance, but rather that would be something we'd work out with staff. And then the idea is too that if we are ticketing the homeowner, we could put it on their water bill.
Right, okay. It seems like since we are listing the fines, that why not also include?
I think we're still working on the enforcement piece.
Okay. Because I do think the enforcement's been a huge issue, right? That everybody wants to see addressed.
Agreed.
Next, with 4 minutes and 10 seconds, is Councilmember Reed.
Thank you. I appreciate that we're able to have I certainly think this discussion is important. We had a robust debate on golf courses and leaf blowers, not so much on a TIF tonight. But my question is, so we're looking for to have city implementation of using these electric. Well, first, before I get to that, propane blowers are not prohibited by this ordinance, correct?
No, they are. We've clarified that gas-powered leaf blowers includes propane-powered.
Okay, thank you. And then the city will have to meet this mandate by 2023. So I suppose to get clarification in the 2022 budget, there's money to purchase this new equipment.
But we've been talking with Greenway staff about making sure they make the budget request for the equipment that they're going to be needing.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you answer that question, Councilmember Val. I'm really, maybe if Greenway staff or Manager Gandersky can answer that and maybe give an update on where they are and getting a cost estimate for this equipment in 2022?
Yes, good evening. To the best of my knowledge, it's not been accounted for in the 2022 budget. It says, though, it'll start April 1st, 2023. I would imagine we could either look at that now if staff can get a quote on what that'll cost to purchase equipment, if we can get that done in the next couple of weeks before we pass this budget, or we'll have to prepare for it in the 2023 budget.
Yeah, I mean, the best is, I suppose this is going to be fairly expensive. So if we can figure out a way to split the cost over, I don't know if I wouldn't necessarily want to bond out for this kind of equipment. I don't know exactly what the lifespan on lawnmowers is, but I would imagine it's not something we want to bond out for. So if we're going to pay for it up front, I'd just love to see how we can either start paying for it in 2022 and split the cost over a few years. And make sure it's accounted for, so we actually meet the mandate and we don't get to 2023 and we're scrambling and saying, oh, we don't have the money for it. Now let's just change the ordinance and exempt the city, because I fear that could be what comes down the pike, is that there'll be an emergency where we can't afford it, and then we'll exempt ourselves down the road, which I hope does not happen.
The next speaker with 4 minutes and 20 seconds is Councilmember Nusma.
I will pass. My comments regarding enforcement have already been made.
In that case, would the clerk please call the roll on item P2, which comes before us with an amendment that passed in Planning and Development?
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite. Aye. Councilmember Nguyen. Aye. Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Aye. Councilmember Sheridan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
Councilmember, that's it.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, item P2 passes. That brings us to item ED1, which I pulled off the agenda because my understanding is it has it requires an amendment. And so I would say if anybody is prepared to make the amendment, go ahead and make the motion and then make the amendment. If not, I was told that it's not the end of the world if we delay it for the meeting 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, what's just a point of information? What's the amendment?
Mr. Zalmazek, are you in the Zoom to explain this issue?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Braithwaite, the Ward Manufacturing, I learned today from their attorneys that they're actually submitting, and they had received 2 6Bs 10 or 12 years ago. The resolution that's before you references only one of the 6Bs. So the language would need to change in that resolution just to eliminate verbiage referencing new construction. And then we would add a PIN number to the resolution so it incorporates all the parcels that are part of this 6B. It's a technicality, it's an easy fix. That's the end of my report.
Okay.
So
then, is it just a matter of, can you send the language to Nick, and then we'll continue on with our agenda, and with everyone else's consideration, we can come back and vote on this?
Yeah, I have a red line version that I forwarded to the mayor that I can forward to the entirety of the council. It was just too late to put it in like the packet.
Got it. Is everyone comfortable with that?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Paul. So we'll just move on to,
Well, no, we can do that right now. So Nick, if you could forward that to the council, if someone could make a motion, and is Councilmember Nguyen, are you still the chair of Economic Development?
I am.
Then would you like to make a motion on item ED1?
Yes. Yes, I move Resolution 116R21, Ward Manufacturing, Cook County Special Assessment, Class 6B Incentive Renewal Request.
second.
Councilmember Nguyen moves item ED1. Councilmember Braithwaite seconds. Now, I believe we've received a text of of an amendment. Would anyone like to make a motion regarding that amendment?
I haven't seen it yet.
I haven't. Do you have it?
Here,
Do you want to just read it for us, sir? And then I'll move it per your reading, just to move us along.
So, for the sake of time, the first thing, 116R21 would need to be amended to strike the words in the title of the resolution, New Construction Act.
I'd like to move as stated by a corporation council.
There's more.
Okay.
And also to add the additional address and 2230 in front of Main Street. So it would read 2222 and 2230 Main Street in the title. The sixth whereas clause, we would add the same address, so it would read located at 2222 and 2230 Main Street in the city. There would be a second property index number, total of a third property index number, 10-24-300-61-0000. And then it would continue to read, and has documented that such incentive provided for in said ordinance is necessary for new construction and substantial rehabilitation to be maintained on the subject property. And that is the entirety of the amendments.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, I'd like to move the following as stated by our corporation council.
Second.
So Councilmember Braithwaite moves the amendment that was just read to resolution 116-R-21. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
On a vote of 9 voting in favor and 0 voting against, the amendment passes. And let's see, there's a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll on the motion to pass item ED1, which has now been amended?
Councilmember Reed,
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming,
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly,
Aye.
Councilmember Braithwaite,
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma,
Aye.
Councilmember Burns,
Aye.
Councilmember Sheridan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ravel.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, item ED1 as amended has passed. And that brings us to item R2. Councilmember Reed is the Chair of Rules. Would you like to make a motion?
No.
Seeing none, that brings us to,
R2?
Can someone else make a motion?
Sure.
Then I would like to move R2, Ordinance 97-0-21, amending Section 1-8-1 of the City Code concerning removal of the city manager.
Second.
Councilmember Newsma moves item R2. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Is there any discussion?
Well, since it was motioned up, I mean,
Hold on.
So the item, just 1 second, Councilmember Reed, there's a question off mic. Why is this on the agenda? This is on the agenda because our rules dictate it. If an item is voted on 50-50 in committee, it comes to the full council with no recommendation, and then there can be a motion or not. Councilmember Reed chose not to make a motion, but the motion is in order as made by Councilmember, I think, Newsma.
So this would stay the same.
It got pulled off.
Wait. So,
I can't hear the mics aren't on. If folks can use their mics.
Sorry, there's no one's talking right now, Councilmember.
Okay, so what are we to do with this? Is there action we need to take or no?
1 second. Councilmember Newsma?
I will withdraw my my motion.
I withdraw my second.
So the motion has been withdrawn. The motion, which no longer exists, has had its second withdrawn as well. Would anyone else like to make a motion on item R2? I didn't mean to cut folks off. All right.
Are we supposed to do anything other than just have it on the agenda?
Yeah, we don't have to do anything.
Okay.
You're an elected official. You can do what you want to do. But it's there for you to make a motion in case you want to. Seeing no further items in the consent calendar, this brings us to call of the wards, beginning with Councilmember Reed.
Oh, great. I want to announce again our 8th Ward meeting on October 28th. That is this Thursday at 6 p.m. It'll be virtual, and the link is provided on the city's website. Looking forward to talking to residents about a multitude of issues. I don't know if this needs to go to the referrals committee because it is not a matter of policy change, but I'm interested in having a number of residents at ward meetings and through personal communication have raised issues regarding speeding along Custer Avenue and concerns about children, safety of children in the neighborhood, particularly one mother has reached out a number of times, as well as other residents. When I look at Custer, I notice that the lanes on Custer are quite wide, and so I'd like to make a referral or have staff look into restriping Custer Avenue. My ward ends at Oakton, but I think it makes sense to go all the way down to Maine, where Custer gets cut off, to decrease the width of the lanes and provide for additional parking. So I guess I'm seeking whether that needs to be a referral or if that can still just be a referral made here at Call of the Wards, a request made here at Call of the Wards for staff. And
Councilmember Fleming.
So I do not support restriping Custer if we're, having policy discussions, but I don't have an announcement except for to the Ninth Ward residents, look for an email. We are going to have another discussion. We did not have a chance to discuss the budget at our last ward meeting. So just look out for an email coming out this week about a meeting to discuss the budget.
Councilmember Kelly?
First Ward residents will have I'm postponing our budget discussion from this Thursday to next Thursday when Budget Director Kate Lewis-Lake can join us. So I'll send out a notice this week informing of and this will be another virtual discussion a week from Thursday.
Councilmember Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Looking forward to hosting our second budget meeting the second Thursday. Still working to find a place so we can meet in person. And then I just wanted to go back to item A2, and I don't think we have staff here this late at night. I'm just going to remove this so I can be heard. I think we had a really robust conversation regarding parking, particularly paying attention to the third ward. So my recommendation to our staff as well as Councilmember Burns is we're looking at that skate park, and I don't know where the majority of the users are going to come from, but I have been in that area often, and I think we're being considerate to other areas of town. You want to also make sure that we are being considerate to the residents that are in that area. So I know that there's a parking lot that I've used there that's city parking. I have no way of anticipating how many people this will draw from around town, but there's a lot of park there. There's already parking. We just want to make sure that neighbors in that area are not impacted in any negative way, and I'm sure you'll have enough support on council to incorporate that into this study. Thank you.
Councilmember Wen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to thank all of the residents who participated in the crime Zoom meeting I had last Tuesday. It was called very quickly, but I appreciate that we had 150 people on the call. And I want to thank Chief Barnes, Detective Giese, Marianne Ring, and Officer Jones for their presentations and for answering all of the questions of the community members. Second, I want to announce that this Thursday, October 28th, we are having the Third Ward Town Hall meeting. It will be in person, and because Lincoln School is still not having in-person meetings, we're meeting outside the ward. We're meeting in the library in the large conference room starting at 6. That's a little earlier than usual, but starting at 6. Third Ward meeting, October 28th, in person. I look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick reminder to the residents of the Fourth Ward and anyone else who would like to join us. Fourth Ward meeting Tuesday, November 2nd, 7 p.m., Room D at Robert Crown. And we will be talking about the budget, joined by Kate Lewis-Larkin, who will run us through the presentation. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Just want to first thank my colleagues on the council, city staff, City of Evanston staff, District 65 board and leadership, and the community at large. Some for supporting the TIF, others for adding to what was a robust conversation about TIF, and I think the final ordinances that we passed today reflected that robust community engagement around this issue. So thank you to everyone involved. We have a Fifth Ward meeting this Thursday, the 28th, 7 p.m. at Gibbs Morrison. And then Councilmember Braithwaite, is what you said was a good segue to. We also have a parking meeting November 17th at Double Clutch, which is the new brewery that opens up October 29th. And we're going to be discussing that very issue. So parking around the Simpson and Ashland, Dewey and Payne area. One idea that Director Rivera, our parking services director, had for that parking lot that you referred to, Councilmember, is during the day to add either meter parking or something that allows a nice flow of vehicles moving in and out of it, and then maybe renegotiating the agreement with MWRD to allow for overnight parking for residents in the area. So there's a lot that we're considering. We're going to have Director Rivera out November 17th at Double Clutch for the neighbors over there to discuss all the different options and to see what we can come up with. So, and that is all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Sheridan.
No report.
Councilmember Ravel.
I'd just like to say that on November 11th, Thursday at 7 p.m., Councilmember Sheridan and I will be having a joint 6th and 7th Ward budget meeting, and encourage all of our 6th and 7th Ward residents to join us for that conversation.
Thank you. And I will confess I probably should have said this during the mayor's announcements, but I didn't. As everyone knows, we're embarking on a process of doing a nationwide search for city manager. We think community input is a very important aspect of that process. And so very shortly, a survey will be shared with the community, and there will be an opportunity to participate in a virtual town hall this Saturday morning at 10:30 a.m. So we'll be sending that information out through city channels, and I would simply respectfully urge my colleagues on the council to push that information out through their networks as well, so as many people as possible in the community have the opportunity to weigh in as we get to work on this important project. With that said, seeing no further business to come before us, the October 25th meeting of the Evanston City Council stands adjourned.